Ooga booga. Random, congratulations, you are first. Nice try, dipshit. Wow, you're fucking quick today, but I'm quicker, fucker. You absolute fucking cunt. I have soup. I'm gonna eat the soup. Vegan for life, what's up? Warden, what's up? Jason, what's going on? Ultra light cam. Don't know if I've seen you before. Damn, dude. Amy's lentil soup is fucking good. How do they make it so good? I wish I was like some kind of soup expert and I could just make this, because the Amy's soup is so fucking expensive. New Frank? I'm not sure.
Imagine if I went to your house and did that shit to you, Earl, like that nigga who your boyfriend idol Clavicular ran over. Don't worry, I won't do that. No matter how many times CDG leaks your address.
I'd beat you up. Yeah, I'd not too badly, but I'd beat you up. Like, give you some good gut punches, knock the wind out of you. I wouldn't, like, fuck up your face, break your nose, like, crush your orbital in, because then, like, you could probably go to the cops and get me arrested or something, but if you, just get some good shots to the midsection, I think that would, disincentivize you. Thanks for the donation, asshole. Alright, so Frank doesn't have any new stuff.
News. Staying informed right now can be exhausting. Between the clickbait, the outrage, the congressional order requiring the Department of Justice to release the Epstein files was billed as a victory for transparency last month when it was signed into law. Since the files started being released a day late in small increments and with heavy redactions, it's become a chaotic spectacle of incompetence, technical failure, and selective disclosure, making the most unhinged conspiracy theorists look reasonable. On Christmas Eve,
Dodo donate $2, don't give them any ideas. Let me see. I mean, they would think of that. Kirstarmer, delighted that Allah Abd El Fada is back in the UK, is being reunited with his loved ones. Must be feeling profound relief. Want to pay tribute to Allah's family. Top party of the government. What the fuck is this? Readers added context. Allah Abdel Fattah's History of Anti-Semitic Comments wrote, "There's a critical number of Israelis that we need to kill." Okay, yeah, that's the UK government, alright. 2010, he tweeted, "Yes, I consider killing any colonialists, especially Zionists, heroic." Who the fuck is this, fucking literal terrorist? I think I heard something about him. They're literally proud to have this anti-Semite who's arguing to kill Jews back in the country. That really explains why there's so many terror attacks in the UK, doesn't it? He wants a terrorist ISIS bride to come home to the UK. What the fuck?
You know the girls that got groomed in these grooming gangs, yeah? Do you think they were innocent?
Yes and no. Again, I don't know the in-depth details of the case.
Yes and no.
If a woman stalks, I think if a woman's free.
Yes, they're innocent. They're underage. They're underage, and they're victims of, at the very least, statutory rape.
I think what I mean by that is a woman has got all the
They're not women, they're girls.
right to be able to talk to someone who she wants.
So a 14-year-old girl is accountable for her actions.
According to fucking Muslims, apparently.
So we're talking about age. Okay, well, I think women are victims.
15-year-old girls victims?
Well, yeah, 15, you're still a child.
I agree. Well, what's your thoughts on Shamima Begum? Should she be...
Like, by the way, whenever you ask this guy about Prophet Muhammad fucking a 9-year-old, it's all evasive nonsense.
allowed home?
It's a bit of a tough one. The reason being is because of what she done was wrong, but then also the age that she done it. So
Was she a child?
yes.
Was she groomed?
I don't know if she was groomed, but I know that she went to Syria and stuff like that.
You don't know if she was groomed. Do you know the Shamima Begum story?
No.
Mate, she was groomed.
She was groomed, mate, from the age of 14. Now, we just said the grooming gang victims, these young girls, are not accountable for their actions. So why is she accountable for her action?
Well, there's doing things in the heat of the moment. I think when you plan something,
Who is this dumb motherfucker he's talking to?
you know what
So
you're
a
doing.
14-year-old can plan, yeah? So if a 14-year-old plans to spend a day in a hotel with her boyfriend, then she knows what she's doing, yeah?
Well, yeah, of course. If she's
So a 14-year-old is
If it's a fucking adult that they're going to the hotel, no.
accountable for her actions then, yeah? According to you.
depending on the situation.
So a 14-year-old can be held accountable?
Not all 14-year-olds are very immature. Like if
Oh, whoa! So now you're justifying that some of these 14-year-old girls that were groomed...
Of all people to, like, have this conversation with, and I'm a little surprised his take on it.
were
Again,
actually
you're trying to put
accountable.
words in my mouth, of course not.
You just said that some 14-year-old girls, not all of them, you know, some mature different levels, but some 14-year-old girls should be held accountable for allowing themselves to be groomed. Is that what you just said? Sounded like it to me.
But why are these getting groomed? That's to the man.
So, like, what do you call the Prophet Muhammad marrying a 6-year-old and, like, raping her when she's 9?
If I said to a 14-year-old, okay, let's go back to a hotel, and she said yes, I would still not take that girl to a hotel.
Like, presumably they'd be okay with all of this as long as they got married. Like the Muslims, that's just a bizarre conversation. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Not trolling. How do you respond to people that ask why bother taking tests, steroids, when your own body makes it? Your own body will not produce testosterone at the levels that you can get from taking testosterone. And your body does not produce other steroids. So your body doesn't produce boldenone, doesn't produce Masteron, doesn't produce Anavar, doesn't produce Primobolan, doesn't produce any of the, like, Nandrolone, any of these other steroids. So that's a stupid question. But yeah. You can get higher serum testosterone concentrations than your body ever could produce naturally from taking testosterone. And your body does not produce any of these other steroids that were developed that are either based on testosterone, DHT, or 19-Nors.
It was announced that additional files had been uncovered and that it would likely take a few more weeks for the full data set to be released. The scale of the omission is staggering. To date, the Department of Justice has released just 11,034 documents. Yet, with this sudden request for delay, the department admitted that it has uncovered over 1 million additional records that still need to be reviewed. This admission is a humiliating reversal for Attorney General Pam Bondi, who in February told the public that the relevant files were sitting on her desk and ready for review. This pivot from ready to release to too much to process confirms the worst fears of transparency advocates. Simple math dictates that if 1 million documents remain hidden, the public has seen perhaps 1% of the total cache. Rather than the flood of clarity Congress demanded, we've received a muddy trickle, a disparity that critics argue amounts to a deliberate failure to comply with the law. The incompetence was absolute. Ordinary members of the public quickly discovered that some redacted text could be revealed by simply copying and pasting the document into a different format. These digital slip-ups expose not sensitive victim data, but financial records and details that the law explicitly forbade the DOJ from hiding, proving that the censorship was...
Yeah. So the DOJ is trying to cover up traces that could lead back to either Trump or who knows, some people related to Trump or some other people that they're trying to protect.
Often protecting reputations, not victims. Beyond the political theatre, genuine scandals have emerged from the recently released files that contradict the official narrative that we've been fed. For months, administration officials like Attorney General Pam Bondi and FBI Director
Mike, donate $2 base. Let me see.
Else would say.
What is more dangerous to America? Progressive ideology or Muslims that are coming to you who are not willing to assimilate? They want to
Yeah, I'd say Muslims.
convert this into
Like, I mean, progressive ideology is the reason Muslims are coming here in the first place, but...
what they believe in.
Well, those two threats are intertwined. Muslims also hate progressives, but progressives are useful idiots. Essentially, what Muslims do is they'll vote Democrat, and they'll vote for leftist policies. They'll do whatever they need to do because leftists continue to open up the immigration trail for more Muslims to come in. So as long as Muslims can use left-wingers for the path to bring more Muslims in, they'll vote left overwhelmingly. But you see them locally do exactly the opposite, which is amazingly fun to watch. So locally, they'll be like, no gays in school, right? No this, no women doing this, none of this degeneracy, right? We won't allow any of that. But then they vote for leftist politicians, and you're like, why would you do that? Well, it's because the leftist politicians
Yeah, they're advocating for jihad.
are opening up the pathways for citizenship for more Muslims to come in. It's a takeover. It's an invasion.
He said.
Like, I don't know why the fuck they accuse you of being racist when you say that. They literally admit it themselves. It's so retarded. Thanks for the donation, Mike. But yeah, Andrew Wilson has some base takes.
Hope no one bashes the terrorists though, Mr. Gaines. Can't hurt their fee-fees, me boy.
A sea of blue at Cronulla Beach, police taking no chances. Anger from the Bondi terror attack rippling down the coast. A violent call to action planned for today.
What happened has caused, shall we say, mixed.
Yeah, so the police will do nothing to stop the actual terrorists from, conducting their fucking terror plot, but when people protest the Muslim immigration and shit and the anti-Semitism, we gotta crack down on this. Like,
It's failings, and people may react.
That's Australia.
If they have an indication, it's wise to have a police presence.
Social media posts had urged protesters to join in a bashing day. It was banned by authorities using new state laws rushed through Parliament this week. 20 years to the month after race-fueled riots on this same stretch of sand, officers were desperate to avoid history repeating. The alleged organiser of the gathering describes himself as a Muslim hater. He's been charged with inciting racial violence and refused bail. On a day when
there's a Muslim imam who's doing exactly that, and they've not done anything to stop him.
Muslim beachgoers were directly threatened, Muslim leaders called on their own community to call out extremists.
Two monsters from our faith, they committed this crime. We cannot deny it. If you don't speak and we brush it under the carpet, there'll be another monster that will come out.
Well, notice how there's never, ever, ever any self-criticism within, these Muslim groups. They never fucking talk about, like, oh, maybe we need to, like, change our rhetoric. Maybe our religion needs to go under reforms. Maybe, like, the Prophet Muhammad wasn't right about everything. No, they never do that. So, like, this is just lip service. It's just bullshit. It's a game they play to make it seem as though they're, like, peaceful and shit, and they're willing to change and adapt to, Western sensibilities. None of them are like that. They're all pro-jihad, anti-gay rights, hate Jews. Like, it's all the, like, regressive horse shit, you're familiar with.
In her first interview in almost 2 weeks since the terror attack that claimed 15 lives, Foreign Affairs Minister Penny Wong apologised to the Jewish community. Her assistant minister echoing the same tone.
Every single member of our government He is deeply, deeply sorry.
But he stopped short of backing a national royal commission.
Royal commissions take years. We owe it to Australia's Jewish community to act now to keep them safe.
10 people remain in hospital tonight, including Rabbi Leibel Lazaroff, who gave a thumbs up from his bed today while recovering from bullet wounds to his stomach. A pauper's funeral for the dead gunman Sajid Akram has been delayed due to public holidays, but the government-funded burial in an unmarked grave is expected to be carried out in the new year. Clementine Cuneo, 7 News.
Yeah, well, that's Australia. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason.
Do you think you would be disappointed the way George Carlin was before he died if you reach a point where you're on your deathbed and society still hasn't adopted veganism?
Depends on when I die. But if it's like, 80 years from now or something, yeah. Thanks for the donation, OTRFT Transport. I have the flu, it's so bad. The flu sucks, dude. I fucking hate getting the flu. I think I forgot to get the flu shot. 21st $20 thoughts on redacted growing facial hair. As the professor looked to him, they call him... Yeah, look at his face. He said he's been natty for months. Knowing him since he's been using steroids consistently for so long, probably lying. The only reason I could figure he's off gear is because he can't get access to steroids where he's traveling. Or he had a situation like me where he had some side effects and had to come off temporarily. But yeah, very likely lying. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Destiny is steaming. Can you go talk to him about how to communicate to the left why they should be against Islamic immigration and actually agree with Trump's Muslim ban?
He's playing fucking Ark Raiders or whatever, right? I don't even know if he'd be willing to talk. Let me see.
Well, hi, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what up?
Just chilling.
I have been on steroids. How about you?
Not yet. How's the experience been?
Pretty goddamn good. I gained 30 pounds of muscle in 3 months.
Jesus, are you sure?
Yeah. You can take a look at my progress pics on Insta. It's been pretty crazy.
Are you like on a crazy fucking cycle, or?
No, so to start off with, I was only on 210 milligrams of testosterone and 5 IUs of growth hormone, which is pretty low dose. I did increase the dose after the second month to 350 test, and I added in 200 boldenone. I've gotten rid of the boldenone since then, and I'm back down to, what is it, about 267 milligrams test right now. Just because I was getting a lot of water retention from it. I added in the boldenone to increase collagen synthesis and like strengthen tendons and stuff. But I don't know what was causing the water retention, so I just took out the boldenone and lowered the test dose.
What were your T levels measured at before you started cycling?
They were at 540 nanograms per deciliter. On 210 milligrams test, they were at 2,220 nanograms per deciliter, so that's more than a 4x increase.
Yeah.
And then on 350 test, there were over 4,000. I think it was 4,100.
Jesus Christ. What what do you check for, like, safety or whatever? Are you not worried about anything, or?
Well, I'm getting regular blood work. I've been getting blood work every month or every 2 months. So the main thing that you want to look out for is going to be blood pressure. I just have blood pressure monitor at home. My blood pressure's been fine. It's been under 120/80, which is perfect. I actually had really severely low blood pressure before going on steroids. It was so bad that I'd like faint regularly, and I've almost like hit my head on like countertops and shit. So the blood pressure increase has actually been a good thing. It's brought it to healthy levels. And the only other thing...
Wait, I'm curious, with your naturally low, if you say you have like a naturally low blood pressure, you didn't have problems like passing out a ton whenever you were doing like PRs for...
Yeah, I did. Particularly with overhead press. I'd faint a lot.
Jesus. Wow.
Yeah, I actually hit my head pretty bad once fainting doing overhead press. So now my blood pressure is actually at a healthy level, so that's been a good kind of side effect.
Are you worried that you're masking some underlying condition with the with whatever stack you're on, if it's something that's causing it?
It seems to be probably a genetic thing because my mom has also had pretty low blood pressure before, and like she's in good health, and she's I think like 60 now or close to 60. So she doesn't have any issues, and I've also gotten like echocardiograms done. Like there's nothing wrong with my heart. And I'm also just monitoring my kidney health. Kidneys are functioning totally fine. Gotten my liver enzymes checked, like inflammation levels, lipid levels, like all that stuff's good. So
what's your goal, I guess, right now? Are you trying to get to like a certain lift number, to be a certain size, to be a certain like body fat? What are you trying to do?
So I want to look like Kazuya Mishima from Tekken 8. That's the goal. And I do want to compete in classic physique in bodybuilding.
Kazuya Mishima. Okay.
Yeah, from Tekken 8. He's pretty jacked.
Is there another Kazuya Mishima?
Yeah, there's Jin Kazama. There's a few Mishimas. Yeah, there's Lars. I don't know if he goes by the last name Mishima, but there's a few Mishimas in Tekken. But Kazuya is like the main character, kind of. He's the son of Heihachi Mishima.
Damn. How's your have you gotten like a significantly different training regimen now versus what you were training at like with before, or?
It's not substantially different. The main difference is I can just train harder and longer. So there's a few more exercises that I've added in to my routine. So like just overall volume is increased. That's basically it though.
Do you work out like 7 days a week, or do you still have rest days?
It's 3 days on, 1 day off, and it's a push-pull leg split.
Gotcha. Do you do any like crazy weird exercises, or is it just like the kind of the basics, like your barbells?
No, nothing crazy and weird. I did get a belt squat machine. It's the Rogue Rhino belt squat, so I've added that in, and it also has a low row attachment, so you can do cable rows with it.
Mm-hmm. Well, damn. What was your I feel like there's a big number before. You were happy like a year ago that your bench got past. Was it like 365 for reps or something?
No, I got 410 pounds for a single, and I was
right now, or that was what you were at before?
That's where I was at before. Right now, I could probably push past that if I really wanted to. I just don't want to risk injuring myself.
Mm-hmm. When you're putting on so much extra muscle, so like extra attention you have to pay to like your like bone density or your joint health or whatever to make sure that you're not trying to like move more weight than your like joints can actually support or anything, or does it all just kind of grow with test and?
What can happen is if you have really ridiculously rapid strength increases, where you add like 50 pounds to a lift in 2 weeks, That's where, if you really push the weights, you can end up getting tendon ruptures. But as long as you have like sensible progression schemes where maybe like at most you're adding 10 pounds to a lift each week, you don't have too much to worry about.
I guess it probably helps that like Natty, you were lifting really big anyway. So
Yeah,
it's not like you were going from a 135 bench to like 3 plates or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, that also helps a bit. But there's some misinformation when it comes to tendon strength. Your tendons actually remodel faster than your muscles.
Okay. What's
But,
are you planning on staying on this stack fucking indefinitely, or is there like?
Well, I'm gonna be on
once you
steroids
agree-
indefinitely. Like obviously doses and compounds I'm gonna use might change over time depending on like side effects I'm getting or personal needs. But I'm gonna stay on steroids indefinitely.
When you say steroids, do you just mean like some form of like TRT, or do you mean always like a weightlifting?
Well, if I get old
assisting
enough,
backup?
you know, like if I'm 100, like I'm not going to be able to push doses like you can when you're younger, right? So, yeah, at some point I might just go on a TRT dose.
Okay. Do you feel like you've had any like mood side effects or anything negative at all?
All positive, actually. I've calmed down a lot. My mood's a lot more stable, and I found my executive functions a lot better.
How long do you spend in the gym when you're working out?
Sessions generally go for about 2.5 hours.
Jesus. Do you have like do you have your own gym, or do you go to like a fucking Gold's or something? Or...
Yeah, I got my own gym in my basement. Pretty handy.
Well, damn. Are you able to get that like prescribed, or do you have to kind of go dark web for the stuff you're looking for?
It's actually not dark web. Canada is the best country on the planet if you want to be a drug addict. So, steroids aren't, I don't even like, I know in the States, I think they're like generally considered like Schedule 3. I know testosterone's on the Schedule 3 list. I don't know if any other anabolic steroids are like Schedule 2 or Schedule 1. I know testosterone is. In Canada, it's actually legal to buy and legal to keep and use as long as it's for personal use. So there's absolutely no risk to me. Like if the cops ever find that I have steroids, they're just like, oh, okay, well, just don't sell it. Sellers have to watch out because like it is illegal to sell, but for personal use, it's actually completely legal. And yeah, you don't even need to go on the dark web or anything. There's at least 3 big labs that are producing steroids for Canada. And I think 2 of them are on the East Coast. One of them's on the West Coast.
Are you worried you're going to have the temptation to like keep upping? That 4,000 number sounds really high. I don't know what do people normally have their levels measured up to when they're like on a pretty, I guess, juiced up stack? Like,
well, generally it's going to be a little bit higher if you're talking about pro bodybuilders. So like usually like that's the low end. It's pretty common to see guys with test over 5,000 like serum concentration. But yeah, I think I was on too high of a dose just in general. So that's why I lowered the dose, because I was getting the water retention. But yeah, pro bodybuilder doses can get pretty extreme. So the most total anabolics I've taken so far is 550 milligrams. If you're talking about pro level bodybuilders, like low end that you see for them is about 1,500 milligrams.
jeez. Do you have what's the delivery method? Is it normally injection or?
Yep, injection. So I inject daily with smaller doses. That seems to lower the risk of side effects.
Do you have to like bloodlet or anything? Are you ever like, do you have like a high red blood cell count, or is there any like weird side effects from having such high?
No, my red blood cell count hasn't really changed all that much. It went up a little bit, but not that much. And bloodletting is pretty uncommon these days. So, elevated, like they've just discovered elevated hematocrit isn't the kind of problem that they thought it was, because there are people with naturally high hematocrit. So if you live at high altitude, you'll actually commonly see people with hematocrit in the 70s, and they don't have higher risk of like heart attack or stroke. So generally speaking, you don't usually bloodlet, and more of it has to do with things like your ratio of red blood cells to platelets. And you can get something where you just remove the platelets, and you can just come
Like a
off
plasma,
and like
whatever
naturally
bullshit.
lower, your hematocrit.
Okay. Did you say, I don't know if I heard your answer. Did you say, are you worried about like the temptation to keep like pushing higher and higher doses of this? Or do you think that you're like comfortable where you're at and that you won't have the temptation?
No, I'm not tempted. Like, cause like as long as you're making progress, and the little bit of experience I've had so far, like I'm very aware that if you push things, you're likely only going to experience side effects. Like you're not necessarily going to actually make more gains. So, like I do kind of get interested in certain compounds. Like, my supplier, recently got in injectable anadrol. Kind of want to try that, even though it's like a harsh drug, but I'm just going to stay away from that from now because, like, again, I'm making good progress. There's not really any need to take anything like that.
What is how do you get the side effects related to like the roid gut or like the back acne or any of that stuff? Does that normally just come from doing it long term, or?
No, that can be from several factors. So like the roid gut thing, that's entirely like food related. So like dudes who are trying to get absolutely massive, like you're talking about guys who are pushing 300 pounds, they have to eat a lot. And just because they're eating such a huge, ridiculous volume of food, that's what's actually pushing their stomach out. And on top of that, there's probably other factors too. If you're taking high doses of steroids, especially if you're on orals, that can actually cause GI distress, and that can also like make your stomach kind of bulge out.
Okay.
Yeah, and the acne thing, some of that's related to like conversion of testosterone to estrogen. It can also be related to just genetic susceptibility to acne. I haven't actually seen any like acne issues yet. Just, occasionally I'll get a pimple on my neck, but like, that was something that would happen before.
Have you ever thought about like going to a gym?
Well, I used to. I just hate public gyms. Like you have to drive there, especially now that I'm in Ottawa. Like the winters are just fucking crazy cold, so I have to like suit up, and I don't have a car too. Like I'm on my motorcycle. So like I have to suit up, drive there, then I have to undress and, get ready, then I have to deal with people there. Somebody might be using the equipment I want. And depending on
I
the
was thinking
gym,
more
they
for
might
like the socialization stuff would be good to see people if that was. 'Cause it seems
Well,
like it's gonna be kind
yeah,
of lonely,
like,
like lifting for 2.5 hours at home and then being at home and just staying at home all the time. But if you don't like people, then fuck it, sure.
Yeah, like it's not that I hate ever talking to people like at the gym. It's kind of nice to see girls there sometimes. I've made friends in the gym, but the downside is there's also like a lot of idiots there that are taking up your equipment, and you have to wait or do something else. And gyms might not have the equipment that you want, whereas with a home gym you can buy whatever equipment you actually want and have like a perfect setup for you. And just the
You don't have like
inconvenience.
am I making this up? Have you ever heard of Gold's Gym? I feel like that's like a powerlifter gym, or there are some gyms that just have like a fuck ton of racks and barbells and like.
Yeah,
It's
like
not like a Planet Fitness where
there's
there's like
some
a ton
gold
of
gyms
cardio
that are
machines,
well
whatever.
equipped. There's some that aren't.
Okay. You don't have any like nice. I'm just trying to think of how you make friends,
Well, I've got friends. I got a roommate now. Ask yourself, staying with me.
Oh shit. Okay. Do you have him working out?
Yeah. He's got his workout stuff set up, and he uses some of my equipment.
Does he use some of your juice?
No, he's not on the juice yet.
Is Abby? Or does he say? Or I don't know if it's private. I'm not trying to like intrude. I don't know.
Yeah, Avi at least was on steroids. I don't know what he's up to now, but yeah, he was on steroids.
Dude, if Isaac got on the juice and the three of you just fucking went to meat eater conventions, you could just beat the shit out of all the carnivores. You guys would
we
all
got
be
to do
jacked as
that.
fuck, and Yeah. Just tell me, give me a warning ahead of time, so I'm not there.
Yeah, maybe I could work security for you.
Yeah, maybe true.
Speaking of which, Muslim immigration.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think we should actually massively reduce Muslim immigration, or at the very least, like, start actually seriously considering the vetting process? I think the UK, Australia, a lot of Europe absolutely has to do that.
I mean, their conditions are a lot different than ours. I don't think, at least in the US, and I doubt in Canada, I don't know if it's like a huge issue.
I think it's
like if anything for Canada, it would be the Indian immigration question more than the Muslim immigration.
Yeah,
question.
yeah. Here, Canada has some like funny things that are kind of inhibiting Muslim immigration. We actually do have a pretty strict vetting process, and on top of that, it's gotten pretty expensive to live here. So, if you don't have any kind of family that's already situated here, it can be very fucking difficult to move in, especially with rent and housing prices. So that's kind of preventing a lot of like Syrian refugees or people from like Afghanistan, Pakistan from moving in just because it's so expensive. And we also don't have the same kind of robust welfare system that like the UK has, where they just throw money at you. Here, they literally tell you when you're immigrating, you're paying for all your own shit. They don't just give you money.
Okay.
The US, I think it, like, I don't know, with the Trump presidency, things will likely kind of change, but when I see places like Dearborn, Michigan, like they're clearly trying to make this big Islamic push. And like the Muslim Brotherhood and other like Muslim organizations are related to them. They've literally talked about
when we look at Dearborn and I see like protests and I hear talk about this, I admit I could be totally wrong. We might have like a really large Muslim population there, but like, are there really all these like older radical Muslims, or is it just like young kids that are, you know, being cringe or whatever?
Well, I know second and third generation Muslim immigrants tend to be more radical.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, though, if that is the case, then it should also be considered. Like, if you let in more Muslims, you know where the radicalization is going to end up stemming from. It's going to be from the second, third generation immigrants. So, do you want these people making big, tightly knit communities where they all have these, you know, Muslim prayer centers and shit where they all talk about nonsensical horse shit where some of these people can end up getting radicalized? And
I mean, yeah, I think that this is one of those things where like I think it's like not the best, but like this is like, imagine a guy that comes up to you with a 95-pound bench press and he's got like 15 different chest pushes that he's doing to get his bench up. You would probably just tell the guy to bench more. Right? I feel like this is an issue where it's like Islamic extremism in the United States is, compared to anything else, is like so far down the fucking list. This is like the 50th
for the United
problem.
States, yeah, I would
Yeah.
say it's far down the list for now.
Yeah, but the for now thing is that's a meme. Like I want to deal with the problems we have right now. Like our country is on the verge of falling apart because half of this country like supports open authoritarianism. So the idea of like curbing out like future potential problems that I'm not even 100% sure if they'll ever actually manifest when we're on the verge of war with Venezuela for reasons that I don't even fully understand right now is like such a thing that I so don't care about.
Seems to have something to do with like oil prices. Trump kind of let it slip a little in an interview.
Yeah, it's also I would probably, if anything, like I might need the Muslim extremists here to fight the fucking Christian theocratic nationalists that might be coming up. Like it might be that Muslims are my only ally in that fight. I might have to start importing the Yemenis fucking Houthi warriors if it's going to be fucking evangelical Kirks, Charlie Kirk, or Erica Clark, and all these people leading the next holy war.
Well, the issue is they're not your allies, though. It's just that they want to prevent the like Christian nationalism thing, because that will hurt their whole Muslim propaganda horse shit. So they're not really going to be advocates for secularism. And as soon as they try to get political power, they're going to be advocates for open borders, more Muslim immigration, and then they're going to try to create more places like Dearborn, Michigan. and push for all this like anti-trans, anti-gay shit, you know, and all the other kind of regressive policies that Muslims are going to advocate for. And I mean, like, they openly admit to this, and that's why you see Sharia courts in the UK.
Yeah, that might. I hope that one day this is a problem that I can care about, because it's all the other massive ones have been solved, but the big conservative issues right now, I think, are the things that I'm more concerned with.
You know,
But
all of these problems could be solved if people just take steroids and lift.
really, I thought if they just took LSD and walked out in a park, but you know.
Nah,
maybe.
if people just
What if
focused
everybody
on
just got
that
roided
alpha
up
male
though, and now you've
grind
got like
set.
roided up extremists that are all fucking ready to, you know, fuck
Well,
people
again,
up.
they wouldn't be extremists if they were just focused on that alpha male grind set, building muscle, getting pussy, making money.
True. Okay.
So that should be your new political advocacy campaign. Build muscle, fuck bitches, make money.
Gotcha. I'll keep that in mind if I
All
see
right.
anybody getting radicalized. All right, I love you. Be careful. Stay safe, buddy.
All right, take care, dude. Dodo Tellers, don't forget to talk about why you agree with Trump's Muslim ban and why he should support it as well, and why leftists need to stop cucking to Islam. Teach him how to communicate to leftists on this issue. Well, you know, he didn't seem to be genuinely interested in the topic, so I didn't push super hard, but I made my point. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Hope that makes you happy.
Kash Patel insisted that there was no client list and nothing to see in the files. Patel went further, telling Congress that there's no credible information, none, that Epstein trafficked women to others. The documents prove otherwise. Buried within the release is a revelation that federal agents identified and attempted to contact 10 potential co-conspirators immediately after Epstein's 2019 arrest. While most names remain redacted, the existence of this list confirms that suspects beyond Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell have been on the FBI's radar for years. Equally damning is the revelation of catastrophic institutional failure. We now know the FBI was alerted to Epstein's abuse as far back as 1996, when Maria Farmer reported that the then 43-year-old financier had stolen nude photos of her sisters, aged just 12 and 16.
Jeez.
The FBI report notes that Epstein was believed to have sold the pictures to potential buyers, a chilling detail that hints at the very trafficking network Patel denied existed. These revelations, importantly, shatter a lingering myth perpetuated by commentators like Megyn Kelly that Epstein...
There's no way any of the press events, any of the congressional hearings, like they were being even remotely honest. Like, that's crazy.
Well, I understand why you are trying to be friendly with him, but I believe you were very soft on Islam in that call and agreeing with him too much. I believe Islam is more of a threat to the US than he does, and the core point is that Trump's Muslim ban is good.
I don't know if I was being too soft. Like, I agree with his point that, you know, when we're talking about, at least in the short term, like the next 10, 20 years, in the US specifically, the Muslim issue is lower priority than, yeah, the threat of totalitarianism, the economic issues, stuff like that. But yeah, he seemed generally just uninterested in the topic, so I didn't really push. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. I'm eating Amy's lentil soup. This is my favorite soup.
Epstein was merely a playboy who took advantage of willing teenagers dazzled by his wealth and celebrity connections. The files depict a much nastier, more dangerous reality. A predator who threatened to burn down a teenage victim's house if she spoke out, and whose victims were often small children, not party girls. Then there are the bizarre anomalies that feel pulled from a tabloid fever dream. Buried in the cache was a suicide note purportedly written by Epstein to disgrace gymnastics doctor Larry Nassar, containing grotesque claims about the U.S.
I am not half Somali. As far as I'm aware, there is literally no one in my entire family that is from Africa. Everyone in my family are from the islands. So, like, what is it? Antigua and some, like, islands near Barbados and stuff.
US president. The Department of Justice has officially labeled the letter's contents unfounded and false, and there are many reasons to believe that it might be a hoax, but they released it anyway, a decision that's only fueled the very speculation they seem to want to discourage. Before we dig into that, let me tell you about this week's video sponsor, Straight Arrow News. Staying informed right now can be exhausting, between the clickbait, the outrage, and algorithmic social media.
Yep, nicotine gum. I got the Nicorette nicotine gum this time. I like it more than the Great Value brand from Walmart.
Then why the fuck is Kelly defending Epstein?
Kelly who? I don't know who you mean. It's really weird. Like, the FBI is clearly covering up some of this Epstein shit. Like, they were talking about how there's no other co-conspirators, and then in the Epstein files, they literally name 10 known co-conspirators. They're investigating them. And there's communications where, like, there's very good indication that Epstein was trafficking these victims in a network. And they never mentioned any of this in any of the, like, press events or congressional hearings. Like, they're clearly lying and covering something up.
Boy, you are retarded. Your nigger ancestors were brought over to the Caribbean islands as slaves from West Africa, you degenerate. Yes, the people in your family are African. Do you literally think niggers are indigenous to the Caribbean? LMFAO.
By that logic, you're African because it seems like humans evolved out of Africa. Like, it's like what you're saying is just so fucking stupid, dude. So, yeah, that's great. Like, and I mean, are Egyptians African? Like, I don't know what the fuck you just like to talk shit, so thanks for the donation, 21st.
Megyn Kelly, that's who?
Oh, right. Well, I don't know. Megyn Kelly's just a dumb bitch. Like, she's also supporting Fuentes and shit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Geek and Veins and Nutilars, you mentioned a few times where you get your chair from. What's the exact model name? Need comfy vegan chair. Well, I got my chair from Leon's Furniture. I don't know if they make this chair anymore because it wasn't listed on the website and it was on a big sale. They called it a Bentley recliner. But I wasn't able to find it on the website. I only saw it in my local store, and they had it on a big discount. So I would just go to whatever furniture stores are in your area, look for recliners that are have some sort of synthetic leather or fabric, and just choose the best chair in terms of comfort or whatever your budget is. Whatever, the balance, however the balance works out for you. The most expensive chair might be the most comfortable, but you can't afford it. But get the most comfortable chair that you can afford. It worked out well for me because actually a lot of the cheaper recliners I found were more comfortable. The only problem that I really have with this chair is I wish the headrest came up a little taller. But that's really it. I was looking at some recliners that were like $2,000, and those were actually not particularly comfortable. So just find the most comfortable chair. It's very likely going to be the case that some of them might actually be less expensive. Thanks for the donation, though, Geek and Gains. Yeah, the recliner thing is like the ultimate fucking hack. I should have gotten a recliner a long-ass time ago. Curious $22. Part 2 of Megan Leg's Honey Exposed series released 1 year later. There's going to be a part 3. Interesting. I heard he was getting sued over this. But I didn't know that he released a part 2. We'll take a look at that in a bit. Thanks for the donation, Curious.
LMFAO nigger slaves were only brought to the Caribbean within the last 500 years. And you're trying to say that's the same as claiming I'm African because Homo sapiens originated in Africa 300,000 years ago? If you're gonna be this stupid, quit streaming.
Well, regardless, there's no one in my family that's Somalian, so there you go. Thanks for the donation, dipshit. Oh, God. Oh. I'm gonna have to poop. I'm feeling the poop urge come on. Yeah, I'm gonna have to poop. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna go poop. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go poop. Poop, 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 poop. I love pooping. Alright, I'll be right back. Yeah, I poop every day. Oh. Here I am. I'm right here. All right.
Feeds. It feels like news outlets are often more interested in shouting matches than description or the pinned comment below to download the straight arrow the House Oversight Committee and groundbreaking reporting from the New York Times. While the FBI sat on its hands, reporters were digging through archives, interviewing people who had worked with Epstein and knew him socially to reveal the true source of his wealth, exposing him not as a financial wizard, but instead as a relentless scammer who built his empire on a lifetime of frauds, Ponzi-like schemes, and the betrayal of friends. The contrast between the investigative success of the press and the abject failure of the state is damning. The government has all the tools needed to uncover the truth, the power to compel testimony, the ability to track the movement of every cent through the banking system, and full access to the IRS tax records. Yet it was journalists, not federal agents, who connected the dots. It's crazy that the ball has been dropped like this on such a high-profile case, and it's no wonder that conspiracy theories have bloomed because, as the files now prove, an actual conspiracy existed. Today I'm going to break down the new data releases in 3 parts. First, we'll examine the new evidence of co-conspirators and the specific warnings that the FBI ignored in the 1990s. Second, we'll contrast the government's chaotic redacted dump with the forensic accounting done by journalists that finally explains the mechanics of Epstein's wealth. And finally, we'll ask the question that the DOJ is seemingly desperate to avoid. If the government knew in 1996 what Jeffrey Epstein was up to, why did it take 23 years and $1 billion in stolen money to stop him? For months, the official line from Washington had been that the conspiracy began and ended with Jeffrey Epstein and his jailed accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell. The administration insisted that the circle of guilt was a closed loop. In sworn testimony to Congress, FBI Director Kash Patel was unequivocal.
Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to?
Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see. Fight breaks out in Suns Pelicans. Haven't seen any basketball fights in a while.
Close. Man. Whoa. Yeah.
Is this real or AI? This is weird.
Jose into it with Mark Williams. Come on, guys.
He literally shoved him for no reason. And then when the ref called a foul, he just went back and started a full-on fight.
Jose, what did Mark Williams? He said something. So Jose
he pushed him in the back.
Yeah.
That's it.
They're going to both be ejected. Both have been throwing punches.
For sure.
Right.
What? The guy was defending himself. Like, I'm sorry?
Keeping the Pels.
They're both getting ejected? Like, that guy was throwing hands first. Alright, well, basketball's fucking gay. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Two, besides himself.
Himself. There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday.
This claim strained credulity from the moment it was uttered. The public has long known, thanks to leaks like the birthday book, that Epstein did not operate in a vacuum. But what was once strong suspicion is now documented fact. The files prove unequivocally that Patel's testimony was at best a catastrophic failure of memory, and at worst a lie. Buried in this week's chaotic...
Oh, he's for sure lying. Patel has a track record of being a fucking liar.
Document dump is a heavily redacted email chain from July 2019, sent just hours after Epstein's arrest. In it, an FBI agent asks a colleague for an update on the status of the 10 co-conspirators. This is not speculation, it's a time-stamped federal record. The email confirms that from the very first moments of the 2019 investigation, the FBI had identified 10 specific targets. So who were they, and why were they never charged? The DOJ has redacted 7 of the 10 names, citing privacy concerns, a justification the new law explicitly forbids for anyone other than victims. However, 3 of the names were left visible: Ghislaine Maxwell, Jean-Luc Brunel, the French modeling agent who died in prison awaiting trial, and Leslie Wexner, the billionaire retail tycoon behind Victoria's Secret. Wexner's inclusion is explosive. For decades, he was Epstein's primary patron, entrusting the former math teacher with total control over his billions. While Wexner severed his financial ties in 2007 and claims that he was never a target of the federal investigation, his presence on a verified FBI suspect list suggests that agents believed that the money trail and the abuse trail were intertwined. The most chilling evidence of a wider conspiracy comes not from 2019, but from 1996. Included in the files is a police report filed by Maria Farmer, an artist who worked for Epstein. She told the FBI explicitly that Epstein and Maxwell had stolen nude photographs of her younger sisters, aged 12 and 16, that she had taken for her own personal artwork. Crucially, the report notes that Epstein was believed to have sold the pictures to potential buyers. This single sentence destroys the lone wolf narrative. If Epstein and Maxwell were selling photographs like this, then there were buyers. And if the FBI knew about potential buyers of this type of material in 1996 and co-conspirators in 2019, the question is no longer if others.
BG, I want to be gay. Please tell me how. Well, I would start with femboys first, just to ease yourself into it.
Were involved. The question is why the most powerful law enforcement agency in the world decided to stop looking for them. While the co-conspirators list points to a cold, hard cover-up, much of the release resembles a hall of mirrors, a chaotic junk drawer of evidence that mixes genuine leads with bizarre anomalies. Take the suicide note. Buried in the cache is a letter purportedly written by Epstein to Larry Nassar, the disgraced gymnastics doctor. Nassar is a true monster who was convicted of abusing more than 150 women and girls and sentenced to 175 years in prison. Some estimates of the number of victims goes beyond 300. Dear LN, the note reads, as you know by now, I've taken the short route home. Good luck. We shared one thing, our love and caring for young ladies and the hope they'd reach their full potential. Our president also shares our love of young nubile girls. It then makes a lewd reference to the president's treatment of women and signs off, life is unfair, yours, J. Epstein. While the existence of a letter to Larry Nassar has been public knowledge since 2023, when the Associated Press reported on a return-to-sender envelope turning up in the jail's mailroom, there are compelling reasons to doubt the document's authenticity. First, investigators have never established a clear link between Epstein and Nassar, so why would Epstein choose to send his final thoughts to a stranger in a different prison, rather than to a friend or family member? Second, the letter was postmarked 3 days after Epstein's death, which could theoretically be explained by the delays inherent in the prison mail inspection system. However, the markings indicate it was mailed from Northern Virginia, hundreds of miles from the Metropolitan Correctional Center in Manhattan, where Epstein died. Even if the note was written by Epstein, he would have known that it would be read by the prison mailing system and maybe given extra attention after his death. So even if authentic, the note could still have been a final act of revenge on his old friend Trump. The DOJ may have dismissed the note as a forgery based on handwriting analysis, but its contradictions guarantee it'll be dissected by conspiracy theorists for decades to come. It feeds the conspiracy that there was a celebrity ring of abusers who were all in touch with each other, but it also contradicts the conspiracy that many believe that Epstein was murdered in prison to silence him. The Department of Justice took the unusual step of labeling the letter unfounded and false upon release, yet included it anyway. Then there's the bizarre footage of Epstein appearing to choke himself in his prison cell, a video that circulated online for years and is now formally included in the files simply because someone emailed it to the FBI asking if it was real. But if the noise is distracting, the silence regarding the president is deafening. Administration officials have repeatedly claimed that they're prioritizing transparency, yet the process has been dogged by accusations of bias. Internal documents reveal that the FBI referred to the effort as the Special Redaction Project, an initiative that racked up over $850,000 in overtime costs in a single week back in March. So who knows what the total cost of the redactions has come to by now. But the return on that investment appears to be a sophisticated form of obstruction. Upon release,
Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Boston mayor. You can't talk about any achievement the city of Boston has had without mentioning Somalians. Oh boy. Yeah, Democrat brain rot.
You cannot talk about any achievement that the city of Boston has had in safety, jobs, and economic development, in education, without talking about the Somali community that has lifted our city up.
So again, this is all for votes.
We are proud and we are grateful for our Somali community and for our Somali American neighbors. Boston and the country are clear that hate
They think they have to do this to get voted in.
has no place in our society. We will use every attack to actually strengthen and expand the services available, to empower and work alongside our community members who are already doing so much good in the world and setting an example for the rest of the
Jeez. That is fucking cringe, dude. Israel becomes the first country to officially recognize the Republic of Somaliland. Historical milestone. Well, okay.
Mr. President. It's good to talk to you, and before anything else, I want you to...
I look forward to the excellent memes making fun of these leftist progressive cucks praising Somalians for building the entire country. Apparently we'd all be in dirt huts smashing rocks together if it weren't for the Somalians.
Hasn't it been proven that they're like literally a net economic negative and they're drawing more money out of the state they're in than actually returning through like tax revenue and like economic productivity? Thanks for the donation, the 21st.
You know that I'm signing now, as we speak, Israel's official recognition of Somaliland and its right of self-determination. Our friendship is seminal and historic. And the Vice President.
Well, okay. Dumb ho. Let me see. Oh, yeah. Controversial YouTube star named to Zoran Mamdani's inaugural committee. Yeah. Anybody who thinks Miss Rachel is controversial is simply a bad person. No, you're just a useful idiot. She's a massive anti-Semite, just a complete fucking scumbag piece of shit. Wouldn't surprise me if she's like secretly a Nazi. Ireland just turned the former Israeli embassy into a museum for Palestine, not just a political move, cultural statement. Wow, Ireland's pretty gay and cucked. Wouldn't have figured. Haha.
Hi, friends!
I want to punch her face. Is this actually her? Like, I actually want to punch her face.
Today's letter is
That's not her, right?
M.
Yeah, that's somebody.
For Mom Donnie! Yay! Mom Donnie is brown, right? Which is better than white. Good!
This is actually how she acts.
We're decriminalizing prostitution. We're decriminalizing prostitution.
Like, I'm actually in favor of decriminalizing prostitution as long as it's done properly. If you just decriminalize it and you don't actually do anything to stop it, you're just going to have organized crime, trafficking women.
If Timmy
Along with a lot of other issues.
has 2 houses and DeAndre has none, what should Timmy do? I know! Give him his houses!
Yep. I hate that chick. If I had kids, I would never let them watch that fucking just idiot. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Users reported a bizarre technical anomaly.
Brain rot.
Searching the digital files for Trump yielded almost zero results, making it look like the president didn't appear in the files at all. People eventually worked out that his name could only be found if you...
That was a skit. That wasn't actually her, but she does actually look and talk like that.
You searched for Trump with a space at the end, a coding glitch that rendered him invisible to the general public. Meanwhile, specific files, including a photo of a desk in Epstein's home displaying 2 pictures of the president, were quietly removed from an online database and then re-uploaded only after a public outcry. Perhaps the most telling was the DOJ's framing when releasing the documents. The department included an unusually specific disclaimer, warning that the files contained untrue and sensationalist claims about President Trump. No such warning was offered for the other well-known figures mentioned in the files. And then there's the incompetence. At least 550 pages were released entirely blacked out, a move that critics argue violates the Epstein Files Transparency Act. But some of the censorship was as porous as it was heavy-handed. Ordinary members of the public quickly discovered that some redactions were merely black bars placed over live text, which could be revealed by copy-pasting the document into a text file. These hacks didn't all expose sensitive victim data, which was supposed to be what was being redacted, but instead financial records and details about Epstein's estate, proving that the censorship was designed to shield the powerful from embarrassment rather than to protect victims from further harm. If the technical failures were absolute, the political weaponization...
Fuck, marry, kill Ayok, M's Rachel, soul child.
Kill Miss Rachel, fuck soul child, marry AOC. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Was strategic, but before we dissect the politics, we must address the sheer scope of the orbit. The files feature a surreal cast of characters that spans the entire spectrum of the global elite. The names dragged into the sunlight range from rock stars like Mick Jagger, Diana Ross, and Michael Jackson. A Jagger was photographed with Clinton and a redacted image of a woman. While he hasn't made any statements about the release, there's no suggestion that he was involved with or aware of any of the actions of Bill Clinton or Jeffrey Epstein. There were Hollywood A-listers in the files like Kevin Spacey and Leonardo DiCaprio, titans of science and industry like Bill Gates and Noam Chomsky, and even David Copperfield, the magician, the creepiest style of entertainer. It's important to state clearly that appearing in a photograph with Jeffrey Epstein or flying on his jet does not inherently imply criminal wrongdoing. For many, Epstein was simply a
What the fuck kind of preschool show teaches that brown people are better than white people and about decriminalizing prostitution? That's not appropriate for a kid's show.
Well, that was a skit, Dodo. That wasn't real. But thanks for the donation, dude.
Fixture of the social circuit, a wealthy donor whose sinister reality was hidden in plain sight. But for others, the association was far deeper. Former President Bill Clinton featured heavily in the first batch of released documents. While the files contain no evidence of specific crimes, they confirm a long, comfortable friendship that Clinton has spent years trying to downplay. He's seen relaxing in hot tubs and swimming with Ghislaine Maxwell, images that are embarrassing if not indictable.
You know, Ghislaine Maxwell, even though she's like a horrible child sex trafficker, she is like not bad for a MILF.
Yet for the current White House, embarrassing was not enough. In a move that stripped away any pretense of impartiality, a deputy press secretary tweeted a photo from the files showing Clinton with Michael Jackson, Diana Ross, and 3 small children. The children's faces were redacted, implying that they were possible victims. The implication was a lie. The photo had been taken at a public charity event, and the children...
Yeah, weren't those his kids?
...belonged to Jackson and Diana Ross.
Still, it's not appropriate for a skit on a kid's show.
Yes, that's why it wasn't a kid's show, and it was just, Oh, you mean... Whatever. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Now, this is deliberately manipulative. They were told to do these redactions to make it seem as though... Oh, Trump and fucking Bill Clinton, Michael Jackson. Oh, there we go. Trump had nothing to do with it. Like, that was deliberate. There's obviously a fucking cover up here. Like, there's no chance.
The fact that the White House deputy press secretary felt the need to manufacture a scandal when the reality of Clinton's association with Epstein was already damaging enough speaks volumes about how low political figures will go to discredit each other. We're also left with the question of whether prior administrations kept these files sealed not to protect justice, but because Epstein was a bipartisan embarrassment who compromised everyone he was involved with. This question of protection then brings us to Alexander Acosta, the former Labour secretary who has long sat at the centre of the Epstein saga's darkest theory. As the prosecutor who...
This guy's a weirdo creep. There was no fucking reason why... That whole, like, plea deal with Epstein and shit, like, that was bizarre.
Signed off on Epstein's sweetheart plea deal in 2008, Acosta famously claimed he was told to back off because Epstein belonged to intelligence and was above his pay grade. He later denied saying this, but if true, this suggests that for decades, the US government didn't just ignore a predator, it shielded one. The cost of that protection is made viscerally clear in the new photos released by the House Oversight Committee.
Gary the Snail impression.
Impressions are $10, Chris, but thanks for the donation. Dodo Donatillers, what would you and Isaac have done if you saw this when you went out shopping on Boxing Day? Also, what the fuck is Boxing Day? It's when people go to shopping malls and box each other. Hamas supporters took over one of Canada's busiest malls on Boxing Day to call for a mass slaughter of Jews. Is this the Eaton Center? Yeah, I think this is the Eaton Center. Yeah, notice how it's all women. This is what TikTok does to women.
The birthplace of Jesus Christ remains under a brutal occupation.
Looks like this guy's filming them so that he can, like, post it on social media or contact the police or something.
The oldest Christian communities in the world are being erased by Israel right now. From Nazareth to Jericho, from Bethlehem to Gaza,
The Eaton Center kind of sucks. It's a big fancy mall, but most of the stores in it are like just stupid fashion clothes stuff. That's pretty gay.
Do you think Hillary Clinton knew full well that she was defending guilty pedophiles, rapists, murderettes when she was a public defendant, and do you think it's really fair to hold that against her since it's her job as a public defendant, or what?
Yeah, she knew full well. There was some leaked audio recording of her talking about it, and the issue wasn't that she just defended, you know, rapists, murderers, stuff like that. The issue is she is a psychopath. She has absolutely no morals. In the leaked audio where she was talking about defending a child rapist, she laughed about it and, like, just was, like, saying, oh, I knew my client was a child rapist. He totally raped that, like, little girl. But I was able to convince the jury that the little girl was untrustworthy or lying, and he got off, haha. Now he might be out there raping children, and she's laughing about it. Like she's actually evil. if it were the case where she was saying something like, yeah, I knew I was defending like the most horrible scum in society, you know, I feel bad about it, but you know, like the under like I believe that everybody under the law does deserve fair representation, you know, in court, and you know, it was my job as a public defendant, even though I didn't like the job. Like I do feel like I was, you know, fulfilling the duty of my country to make sure everybody gets fair legal representation. Like if it was something like that, you know, I wouldn't have any problem with her, like at least in that regard. But like she actually took glee in helping some of the most horrible monsters in society get off. Like she's a full-on psychopath. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Gary Impressionable.
Okay, here's my SpongeBob Gary impression.
Meow. 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 Meow.
There's my Gary impression for you. Thanks for the donation, Chris.
What TikTok does to young males, give them unrealistic expectations for wealth, make them feel sad they don't have a Lamborghini. What TikTok does to women, turns them into useful idiots for supporting Islamic terrorism and communism against their own interests.
Yeah, at least TikTok makes men kind of work harder for a Lamborghini. TikTok absolutely turns women into fucking insufferable retards. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Mike donated $2. Thoughts on Martin Luther King and Malcolm X? Malcolm X was a bit of a fucktard. Martin Luther King, like in terms of his black rights activism, he did a good job. He was lecherous as fuck though. Like his wife had to have known about it. Like there's just no chance she didn't know. Like from what I gather, his wife knew he was fucking other women, and I guess she just stayed with him either because she didn't care or there were other benefits to the relationship that she was getting where it made sense to just stay with him. But holy fuck, that guy was having like crazy fucking gangbang sex parties. And there's some indication that he might have kind of coerced or forced some women to do it. I'm not entirely sure about that, but yeah, he was lecherous as fuck. Thanks for the donation though, Mike. Dodo donates $2. She's not the psychopath we want, but she's the psychopath we needed. Yeah, maybe. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
These images destroy once again the party girl myth once and for all. They show young girls with lines from the novel Lolita written in black marker across their bodies, on their chests, feet, and spines. It's a grotesque display of branding that turns literary pretension into evidence of systematic abuse. While most of the press has been about Clinton and Trump, the public figure who emerges most damaged by the new files is not a politician.
Dodo donates $2. Is this the clip you're referring to?
The question was any comments, and here's what Clinton said.
When I was a 27-year-old attorney doing legal aid work at the law school where I taught in Fayetteville, Arkansas, I was appointed by the local judge to represent a criminal defendant accused of rape. I asked to be relieved of that responsibility, but I was not, and I had a professional duty to...
Yeah, so this was her explanation after the fucking audio thing got leaked. If you listen to her original statement on it, she could not give a fuck. This was her cope after the fact. But that's not the actual clip I was referring to. This is the cope she made after it got leaked, and she looked horrible. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Penis donated $3. Let me see. What the fuck is this? What in the fuck are they doing? Why would you do this? Why in the fuck would you ever do that?
Thing that you get out of it.
Yeah.
People are hating on Khabib because of the hygiene at his training camp. Because recently, fighters have shown what it's really like to train there. And you might think this is water, but it's actually sweat. The training is so intense that fighters sweat nonstop.
Take a look at the...
Well, I can guarantee you there's a lot of staph infections at that gym.
I took my shoes off because they're drenched with sweat. It's like a sea in here.
And that's not even the worst part. All that sweat turns into steam, filling the room so much that people even struggle to breathe. The smell is reportedly...
I would not train at that gym.
Awful. And some fighters have even talked about getting infections from all the bacteria.
Yeah, there have to be tons of staph infections at that gym. Holy fuck. Yeah, they should maybe consider opening up or like paying for some ventilation system or something. Like, that is nasty. I would never train there.
Did you act black for $5?
Like, dude, staph infections are fucking serious. That could be career ending. You do not want to fuck around with infections like that.
Yeah, what you want me to do? Just act black. Nah, here you go. Good, bro. Would you act black for $5?
Would I act black for $5? Yeah, of course I would.
Act black for $5?
Please.
Nah, no way. Should I feel offended? Would you act black for $5?
Of course.
Wait, no, you gotta act black.
Give me my money.
You're not.
Come on, you said $5 to act black. Give me that.
Like, that's pretty good. Thanks for the donation, penis. Dodo donate $2. Can you find for me the clip that got leaked that you say exists? Let me see. I think it should be on YouTube. I don't know if it ended up getting scrubbed.
And welcome back to Hannity. Hillary Clinton is...
It was a fascinating guy.
No, she thought he was guilty at the time.
Remember that case where I represented that guy? It was a fascinating case. It was really an interesting case. This guy was accused of raping a 12-year-old. Of course, he claimed that he didn't. All this stuff. He took a lie detector test. I had to take a polygraph, which he passed, which forever destroyed my faith in polygraphs.
How did it turn out?
Oh, he plea bargained. We got him off. It was time served in the county jail. He'd been in the county jail about 2 months.
And look what else we got our hands on. Hillary Clinton from the early 90s claiming that she cared about women and children.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit more to that audio call, but like she was literally laughing about letting the child rapist off. She's a psycho. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
With this $4 and the 5 from my previous Gary request, will you do 9 8-ups, please?
No. You can't just retroactively go back. I can do 4 for you. Thanks for the donation, though, Chris.
But a prince, or at least a former prince.
Welcome, peasants! This is Diary of a Professional Eminent Duke and Orator.
The documents about Andrew contain what might be the closest thing to a smoking gun in the entire release. An email exchange between Ghislaine Maxwell and a sender signed simply A.
Retard donate $2. Let me see.
Looks maxing is the furthest extent that you could take self-improvement. This principle follows Wolff's law that...
Okay, we'll react to that like next stream or something. That's fucking over 2 hours, dude. Thanks for the donation, retard.
A, who has widely been identified as Prince Andrew. In the emails, the former prince writes from Balmoral to ask Maxwell if she has found him any new inappropriate friends.
Yeah, this guy is having sex with kids.
later discussing an upcoming trip to Peru. Maxwell instructs an associate to organize two-legged sightseeing for the prince, specifying that the women should be intelligent, pretty, fun, and from good families. The revelation that a member of the royal family was using official travel budgets to procure women via Epstein and Maxwell is a scandal that no amount of redaction can hide. If the failure to investigate the sexual
This guy, yeah, Prince Andrew's fucking kids.
crimes was a tragedy, the failure to investigate the financial crimes was a farce. I made a whole video about this a while back. Tracking the sources of Epstein's wealth would answer many questions about him and his co-conspirators. If there's anyone capable of working out how a high school math teacher transformed into a billionaire, it should be the Department of Justice. After all, the government possesses the ultimate investigative toolkit, the power to compel testimony, the ability to track the movement of every cent through the global banking system, and full access to IRS tax records. Yet, in more than 40 years of suspicious activity, federal agents failed to uncover the answer to the most basic question of the Epstein saga. Where did all the money come from? It took a team of journalists from the New York Times.
That did not seem that bad, and given the context of them doing a plea agreement, so they entail they did not plead guilty, so I don't know what her talking about. She laughed about it destroying her faith in polygraphs, then they entered a plea agreement. So...
Well, again, she said it's a fascinating case, not like a horrible case, like... You know, she never mentioned anything about not wanting to do it or trying to back out of it and feeling uncomfortable. And, again, like, when you're talking about, you know, helping defend somebody who she clearly knew was a child rapist, like, if you were the defendant, if you were the defending attorney of a child rapist and you had them take a polygraph test, and they passed with flying colors, and you knew they were lying, like, would you be like, that helped him get off, you know? And, again, the guy raped a 12-year-old, plea agreement with just getting out of jail with time served, only 2 months in. Like, she did not seem upset about it at all. Like, that whole thing was a joke to her. She's a psycho. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Digging through dusty archives and interviewing forgotten associates, financial victims, and ex-girlfriends to finally dismantle the myth. I'll leave a link to the article in the description, as it's well worth a read. As the journalists point out, for decades Epstein sold himself as a financial doctor to the ultra-wealthy, a renegade genius who could see patterns in the market that others missed, and an expert in taxes who could even sell tax planning services to people as financially sophisticated as private equity tycoons. The Times revealed a much grubbier reality. Epstein was no wizard. He was instead a relentless scammer who built his...
I don't know, VG, that seems very nitpicking to me. This is the first time hearing it, so I'm unbiased from whatever narrative would have been pushed at the time when the clip was uncovered. I don't see a problem with what she said, honestly.
Well, that's your opinion, Dodo. Thanks for the donation.
His empire on a foundation of Ponzi-like schemes, fraud, and the systematic betrayal of friends. He always seemed to know who to rip off and who it was more valuable to keep on as a friend. He started his career at Bear Stearns in 1976, having been hired by the firm's chairman.
Yeah, I'll do 4 sit-ups in a few minutes, don't worry.
Greenberg, specifically because he fit the profile of what Greenberg called PSD, someone who was poor, smart, and had a deep desire to become rich. He rose quickly even after he was caught lying about his education, claiming to have degrees from 2 separate colleges, despite never graduating. He basically treated his resume like a creative writing.
He failed the polygraph and they entered a plea agreement, which means he pleaded guilty. You realize that, right? Seriously, what is the problem? She did not lie and defend him as non-guilty, and she clarified she wanted out of that case as well.
He didn't fail the polygraph, he passed. It showed that he wasn't lying. That's why she said it destroyed her faith in polygraphs. And they clearly got a bullshit plea agreement because, again, you should not have only spent 2 months in jail raping a 12-year-old. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Assignment. And on Wall Street in the 70s, that was apparently a passing grade. He got away with a lot at Bear Stearns because his supervisors knew he was dating the chairman's daughter and viewed him as protected. Even still, his time on Wall Street didn't last. He left in 1981 after he was caught breaking federal rules. He had abused his expense account without consequence, but he was finally cornered for lending money to a friend in violation of regulations and funneling lucrative hot IPO shares to a girlfriend. After the firm fined and suspended him, he resigned. After leaving Wall Street, Epstein told people that he was a bounty hunter who could track down lost assets, but the reality was often just fraud. In 1982, for instance, he convinced an acquaintance named Martin Stroll to invest roughly 10% of his net worth, around $450,000, into a crude oil deal. The money vanished and Epstein essentially ghosted him, at one point sending Stroll a single quart of oil as a mockery when he...
Hillary Clinton's a bad bitch, not gon' lie.
Necessarily a bad thing to just advocate for your average person to only concern themselves with their own.
To me, that's the big cope. I agree with many of the observations you're making about the society, but the big cope, you heard this with like the libs when they were trying to push the trans stuff and they were upset that some of us were pushing against it. And they said, how does this affect you? You know, you're walking out, it's basically your society is Sodom and Gomorrah. And they say, well, how does it affect you if I decide I want to like castrate little kids in the school and redefine marriage and slaughter babies and sacrifice them to Moloch? And how does that affect you? You just mind your own business. And I think, how about I don't mind my own business? How about my business is my community and I have a right to enforce standards and norms that are good and traditional and conducive to flourishing? And how about you mind your own business?
But the problem is, you see what you just did there is you spiked your cortisol thinking about transgenders.
Will that max anything on me?
No, that's a very catabolic hormone. So if you're advocating for people to, go around and, concern themselves with these issues or go to, like school, like board conferences and like, be outspoken about this, that's just largely going to be unproductive. And, it might seem like a doomer mentality or like, you're just going to let society go to shit. It's like on an individual level, it's not going to be productive.
But on a political, right. Well, look, it's been productive in as much as, at least the trans thing, there's so many other problems.
Well,
at least the trans things, though, we've kind of won on that.
Well, the way that I see trannies is like, that's one more person to mug once they brutally butcher themselves transitioning,
But is it, I see that.
Like, go descend yourself. Like, that's fine with me.
Because you're ascending yourself.
Yeah, I'm going to ascend, and this person is going to be a comical botch job, you know? So, like, that just seems like very logical to me. Like, yeah, go be a tranny. Like, now I mug you to death.
Clav is fucking hilarious. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Did you want her to defend the rapist as not guilty? Because the alternative is to plead guilty or enter a plea agreement, and it's also illegal for her to try to work against the defendant's own interests. So I don't know what you expect. I disagree with you here.
Again, the issue wasn't that she wasn't working as a good defense attorney. The issue is that she has absolutely no morals. That's my problem with her. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
At least we can agree that under Sharia law the rapist would have been rewarded and victim would be stoned to death or forced to marry the rapist, and that is something we can never let come to this country, and hence we need to support Trump's Muslim ban.
Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Demanded proof of the investment. He then moved on to partner with Stephen Hoffenberg at a firm called Towers Financial, being paid $25,000 a month as a consultant. Hoffenberg would later claim that Epstein helped orchestrate the massive Ponzi scheme there that defrauded investors of nearly $500 million. Hoffenberg went to prison and Epstein walked free. He also used the facade of high-stakes corporate raiding to mask simple market manipulation. In 1988, he and some partners executed a pump-and-dump strategy with a chemical company called Penwalt, driving up the stock price with a takeover bid. They then sold their shares for a large profit, but Epstein refused to return the investment to the friends he had recruited to fund the deal, effectively stealing their capital. His biggest source of wealth, however, was retail billionaire Leslie Wexner. Despite warnings from Wexner's own financial advisor, who told the billionaire he smelled a rat, Epstein managed to gain power of attorney over Wexner's entire fortune. Wexner later claimed that Epstein misappropriated vast sums of his money, which Epstein used to buy mansions, planes, and perhaps most importantly, credibility. He used his access to Wexner to open doors to the highest corridors of power, infiltrating the Clinton White House and sitting on boards for prestigious institutions like Rockefeller University. The documents also show just how close he got to the establishment through the people he trusted to manage his estate. Newly released Justice Department documents reveal that two of the biggest names in finance and policy were named as executors in his.
Sid Donatillers, like how Dodo constantly donates hundreds of dollars to debate with you about irrelevant, completely random topics. Yeah. That and Disney movies. Thanks for the donation, Sid.
Wills. Jess Staley, the former Barclays CEO, was listed as an executor in wills from 2013 and 2014. This compounds the scrutiny that Staley faced for being banned from the UK banking industry for acting without integrity regarding his ties to Epstein. Even Larry Summers, the former US Treasury Secretary, was named as a successor executor in the 2014 will. While Summers claims he had absolutely no knowledge of this and is deeply ashamed of the association, his inclusion in the document highlights just how effective Epstein's fraud really was. In the end, Epstein didn't get rich because he was a market genius. He got rich because regulators looked the other way while he looted the accounts of those who trusted him. If money was the fuel, the destination was legitimacy. The New York Times investigation makes it clear that Epstein didn't just want to be rich, he wanted to be untouchable. And to do that, he needed to embed himself so deeply in the establishment that no one would dare question him. His most ambitious target was the Clinton White House. In February 1993, just weeks after Bill Clinton was inaugurated, Epstein walked into 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue alongside Leslie Wexner. He didn't just show up empty-handed either. Epstein had become a political donor, having contributed $10,000 to help refurbish the White House, a donation that secured him a spot at a reception with the president. Obviously, nowadays, presidential meetings are much more expensive and paid for in crypto. Money was only part of the equation. He also used people as currency. The Times reports that Epstein leveraged a connection with Lynn Forrester, a successful executive who would later marry into the Rothschild family. Epstein reportedly convinced her that he could help her in her divorce settlement, insisting that he was the only one who could protect her assets. Through Forrester, who was an appointee to the White House Advisory Commission, Epstein had his foot in the door. The strategy worked, and by 1995, Epstein was close enough to the president that Clinton wrote a personal get-well-soon note to Epstein's mother, scrawling, "Hang in there," on a yellow post-it note that Epstein kept. Once he had political access, he aimed for social prestige, setting his sights on the Rockefeller family. Using his foundation, funded largely by other people's money, Epstein began donating heavily to Rockefeller University and the Trilateral Commission, buying himself a seat at the table. In 1995, David Rockefeller welcomed Epstein to the board of Rockefeller University. He parlayed this into yet another lie, telling people that he managed money for the Rockefellers, a claim that the
I remember getting into LuxMaxxing in 2018 and we already had guys drilling into their skulls, splitting their maxilla, and screwing in expansion devices at home. I don't understand what made Clav so famous. There were crazier people before him.
Yeah, but they're probably not as funny, and they weren't really on social media. Thanks for the donation, Pinor. Dodo Donatillers can't stand this hoe. Let me see. Sad that I had to delete my post celebrating Hanukkah with friends. Many members of our family are Jewish, and of course friends, colleagues. They don't know my heart. Not anti-Semitic, and it's not okay to treat me and my friends this way. Yeah. This woman is a fucking piece of shit. Wow. What a fucking scumbag. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Holy fuck, dude. Why can't, like, it's just so painfully obvious. Why can't people notice when, like, there's this fucking bitch just being manipulative?
Family's actual financial advisors say was completely false. Perhaps the most strategic relationship he purchased was with the legal scholar Alan Dershowitz. In 1996, Epstein met Dershowitz in Martha's Vineyard, dropping names of Harvard elites like Larry Summers. He worked hard to ingratiate himself, even flying Dershowitz to Ohio to a birthday party for Les Wexner. But the Times uncovered a transaction that was far more significant than a party invite. Epstein had convinced a hedge fund manager to let Dershowitz invest in his fund. When the fund suffered massive losses and wiped out Dershowitz's investment, Epstein stepped in. He bullied the fund manager into making Dershowitz whole, threatening to pull Wexner's $30 million investment from the fund if the fund manager didn't sort it out. The fees on Wexner's investment more than covered the cost of making Dershowitz whole, so it went through. It was a masterstroke of manipulation. By using Wexner's money as leverage, Epstein ensured that a prominent legal mind owed him a big favor. That favor paid dividends years later. When Epstein was finally arrested in 2005 in Florida, Dershowitz helped engineer the now infamous sweetheart deal that allowed Epstein to escape.
People like Mrs. Rachel shouldn't be allowed to host kids programming.
Yeah, I agree. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Federal prosecution and serve a light sentence. In hindsight, it wasn't just generosity. It was an insurance policy paid for with stolen money. In the end, when you step back and look at the reality exposed by these documents, you're left with a single uncomfortable realization. Jeffrey Epstein wasn't a ghost in the machine. He was a product of it. Perhaps the most haunting quote in the New York Times investigation comes from Michael Tenenbaum. Tenenbaum was the senior executive at Bear Stearns who supervised Epstein's early rise after Ace Greenberg hired him. Looking back on the man he promoted, the college dropout who lied his way into a job and then scammed his way into a fortune, Tenenbaum admitted, "I didn't realize that I was creating one of the monsters of Wall Street." Of course,
Thanks for the donation, No Name. Appreciate it.
He didn't do it alone. It took a village of billionaires, bankers, and politicians to raise this monster. And that brings us to the uncomfortable truth that I've spoken about in my previous videos. The Epstein files are the ultimate proof that there's a two-tier justice system in the United
Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
States. One set of rules for you and me, and a completely different set for the well-connected elites. For years, this scandal has been treated like a political football, but the reality is that both parties had reasons to keep these files under lock and key. On the right, you had Republicans desperate to cover up Donald Trump's 15-year friendship with a man he once called a terrific guy. On the left, you had Democrats willing to turn a blind eye to Bill Clinton's association with Epstein, largely to protect Hillary Clinton when she was seen as the future of the party. Today, the Clintons are seen as being less politically relevant, and for that reason, the shield is slipping. A newly released email from a federal prosecutor reveals that flight logs show Trump flew on Epstein's private jet many more times than previously reported, including on flights where Ghislaine Maxwell was a passenger. We have to remember that what we're looking at today is just the tip of the iceberg. The files that have been released so far are only a fraction of the total evidence. We also need to ask serious.
Remember when they tried this angle for like 12 hours lol.
He's not saying that what Epstein did is a hoax. It's a terrible, unspeakable evil. He believes that himself. When he first heard the rumor, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. He was an FBI informant to try to take this stuff down. The president knows and has great sympathy for the women who have suffered these unspeakable harms. It's detestable to him. He and I have spoken about this as recently as 24 hours ago. He's not saying.
Mike Johnson says President Trump was an FBI informant. Dude, these people are just the biggest fucking clowns. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Questions about the redactions that are in place. Are these documents being blacked out to protect victims, or are they being blacked out to protect the personal reputations of important people? There is a final bitter irony buried in the files from the US Virgin Islands. In 1999, when Epstein was applying for the tax breaks that would save him millions, he was asked if he would consider teaching a course at the local university. Epstein replied that he would love to. He said that his priority would be to educate young people on the ethics of business. He told the commission the ethics of business is very difficult nowadays. Epstein teaching a course like this is a little bit like the iceberg teaching a course on maritime safety. For Jeffrey Epstein, ethics weren't difficult, they were non-existent. And until we see the rest of these files, and until something is done about the two-tier justice system that protected them, the story isn't really over. I don't usually ask people to like, subscribe, or share my videos, but I'm fairly sure that this one will be demonetized right away, as the last video on this topic.
Yeah, that is some fucked up shit. That is one of the most crazy fucking cover-ups of all time. It's like one of the rare instances where conspiracy theorists are kind of on the right track at the very least. But yeah, hopefully more shit gets released, and then we find out Trump was like fucking some 12-year-old and he gets impeached. All right. There you go. I just have to go take a piss. I'll be right back. W donate $2 cringe dating advice. Let me see.
If you're texting a girl and she suddenly stops responding, don't panic. Just try one of these messages to restart the conversation. One of my personal
Don't message her back.
favorites is just saying, did you get abducted by aliens? This one's very successful.
That is stupid. Don't message a girl back if she's not messaging you back.
Because there's a lot of humor and you're not coming across as needy. Instead, you're keeping it playful and girls love that. This next one might surprise you, but just saying, hey, you has a very high response rate. Maybe something came up in her life.
No, don't message her back.
Or to be honest, maybe she met another guy from the app. She forgot about you for a bit. Look, girls are busy. They forget to respond sometimes.
Women are not busy.
It's not a big deal. Just drop a hey you, and more likely than not, she's going to respond and ask you what's up.
This guy's a gay retarded beta male. Don't ever message a girl back if she's not responding to your messages.
Last, and certainly not least, is saying the classic, I get it if you're kind of nervous. This one is really good at keeping your frame.
No, don't message her back.
Making sure you don't come across as needy. Kind of puts her on the...
Like, what a dumb bitch, dude. Like, imagine being this much of a needy retard. Why are you messaging a girl back when she won't respond? Talk to some other girl. Like, are you fucking retarded? Is there any need to talk to any particular chick? Like, if they all have boobs and a vagina, you do not need to talk to any one girl. If one chick isn't really receptive to you and doesn't really have an interest in talking to you, why the fuck would you talk to her? This guy is a beta male cuck retard. Thanks for the donation, W.
Boom boom I coom snoom whom doom 45,678 jita 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 jijin jin j j j j j j j 98,294 doom scum loom badoom a kaboom a lapipipaboom and I hide my cider with all things inside her with something to cipher float like a strider and sting like a spider injury in writer.
Retard donating $2.
Who's going to win? It's going to be Gavin Newsom against JD Vance because JD Vance is subhuman and Gavin Newsom mugs.
JD Vance is subhuman?
Yeah.
What makes you say that?
He's got a very short total facial width to height ratio. He's obese, very recessed side profile, whereas Newsom is like 6'3" Chad.
So JD's very tall. JD's got to be
still
6'2", 6'3".
Gavin Newsom obviously mogs him to death.
So you're a Newsom head. You prefer Newsom to the vice president.
I'm just telling you who's going to win.
Do you prefer him
though? Honestly, it's hard to say, but Newsom being that much more of a mogger and like having a president who's like fat and especially that young.
You think I don't think he's fat.
I would say
he's a bigger guy for sure.
He's just like, it's just embarrassing. Like, how are you fat and you expect to like lead a country? You can't even be in shape, you know?
So let's say you got to vote. It's 2028.
I'm voting for Gavin Newsom.
You're voting for Gavin Newsom.
You can't be that subhuman.
So hold on. You got, all right. Well,
Love, I was like, yeah, I'm voting for Gavin Newsom because JD Vance is ugly.
This actually is of a thread with the whole conversation because you look at these two candidates. You have Gavin Newsom, worst governor in the country. I think we would all agree, destroyed his state, let its main city burn to the ground because of his incompetence, is a personal, complete derelict, liar, degenerate. But he is good looking. I'll grant you that he's good looking. Yep. And it kind of looks like Patrick Bateman, American Psycho. Hey. And then you have this vice president to President Trump, the transformative right-wing president in our lifetimes, who, do you support Trump or no?
Yeah.
Okay. So you got this vice president handpicked by Trump, who is extremely intelligent, very right wing. I think he's a pretty good looking guy. I don't know. Maybe I guess you disagree. But he's all these things, checks all these boxes, would have all these great policies. And regardless, you're going to pick the pro mass migrant, pro trans, pro murder the babies, pro burn the cities to the ground, pro BLM Democrat because he's skinnier than the conservative vice president.
100 times over. JD Vance, would he be a better candidate and probably closer to me in terms of policy than Gavin Newsom? Yes, but he's just not going to be good enough to be deserving. I think the right has kind of let down the voters for the longest time. So I think I don't really think that right wingers should just give support to these jesters who continue to underdeliver on their promises. Just let the Democrats win. That's kind of what I'm talking about in terms of just like why I don't support Vance as a voter. But
so you're saying no, they shouldn't vote for any Republican. The right wingers should not vote for the Republican.
Not until the right actually wants to do the things that they're promising.
So is there a candidate you would prefer? I assume you don't actually want to vote for Newsom. Maybe you do. Maybe you are a Democrat. No. Okay. So then who's a right winger you want to vote for? Or maybe there isn't one.
No, yeah, there really isn't one.
It's kind of doomer, isn't it? So now you're saying if you're a real hardcore Giga Chad right winger, you should let the Democrats rape your country.
Well, yeah, you kind of have to. Like, that's the accelerationist mentality. Because, like, look, what is the right going to do other than just like a small win here and like, maybe you overturn Roe v. Wade on like a federal level, but abortion is still allowed, like state to state. So it's like it really doesn't do anything. It's like if these people are just going to like continue.
Maybe you deport 2 million people. Maybe
okay, but there's still 28 million
more,
right? So until these people actually want to make changes that matter. Right?
I think 2 million people matters. I think
does it in a country of how many people? Like, what are we?
330 million or so.
Exactly. So it's like this is we're not really making any progress here. So for the RNC to just demand voters to continue to show up for what? Really, it's just that's the cope, right? That's what I'm simply advocating for until like the policies change and like the rhetoric is a little better.
How would the policies change? This is what I'm confused about is had a Democrat won, it just used this past year, had a Democrat won, it just used this past year, had a Democrat won, we would get, just judging by Biden's policies, it was Biden's vice president who was running, you would add 3 million illegal aliens to the country. Because Trump won, not only do you not add 3 million, you lose 2 million. So now you have a net change of 5 million potential foreigners who would be in the United States over the course of 1 year. And you're saying, yeah, it's not good enough. Sorry, bro.
It's not. It really is not good enough.
So what are you doing?
What am I doing?
Yeah.
I'm realizing that society is going one direction and I'm trying to improve myself as much as possible so that I could succeed financially, so that I can improve my status and improve my quality of life.
But what's very interesting about it is by saying, look, not only am I apathetic, I want the Democrats to win because they're going to be bad, because they're going to screw up the country, and then we'll have a revolution, it'll be good again.
Right.
What's interesting about that to me is it reflects something quite real and I think quite understandable, which is the alienation, especially among young men, especially among young right-wing men, from the country that at a very high levels in popular media and government has told that group of people that they suck for like 30 years. That I totally resonate with. So how widespread do you think that alienation is?
I would say that the reason that I have the success I do is because it's almost in every kid my age who in the same demographic, is people are tired of being banned on social media. People are tired of
being called toxic.
Right. The government not advocating for them whatsoever. So I would say that it's probably more common than not.
Well, Clav is an interesting character. I think he's only really concerned with mogging.
What do you think of the belief that men on TRT should be okay HCG in order to keep the testes functioning?
I think you should only take a drug if you need to, so or if it has a benefit. So if you're on testosterone and you have no issues, why would you add in another drug for no real reason? Like, you may just be fine without HCG, and HCG does have side effects, and it often has more side effects than just testosterone. So why would you add in a drug if you don't need to? Thanks for the donation, faggot.
A few hours ago, PayPal's lawyer sent me a cease and desist letter and requested Patreon take down my video under a copyright infringement claim. I consider this a direct attack against my fundamental rights as an independent journalist. PayPal has specifically taken issue with the fact that an anonymous source discovered Honey had left their source code exposed within their iOS app, which, if you know where to look, is publicly accessible. This anonymous source found the code and sent it to me. I reviewed the code for security research purposes, which is a protected act, and I only published relevant sections of the code that provide important context to the story, which I consider within the realm of public interest. Nevertheless, I have removed sections of the video containing said code, not because I believe PayPal are correct, but because I know they will have YouTube take this video down. It was only a small segment of the video, therefore I have made this decision quickly, under duress, and to proceed with this publication as quickly as possible. If PayPal thought this would stop me, they were sorely mistaken. Enjoy the video.
I don't trust Honey. I don't know what it is. I don't trust it. They push so much advertising. And then people are getting money out of it, and then people are saving money out of it, and that makes sense, but the other part doesn't make sense, and then something's going on here. Where's all this money coming from? I have a feeling in like a couple years, there's gonna be the great Honey conspiracy.
PayPal's Honey Money saving browser extension is accused of scamming customers and YouTube creators.
The biggest YouTube scam has just been revealed.
The greatest scam in the history of the creator economy.
People have been getting influenced and scammed, and I've been a part of it.
It involves almost every high-profile creator that I can think of, including myself.
Honey paid a lot of influencers up front while taking money out of their back pockets.
Whoa, that's a little shady, mind you.
No way that signs you up for their affiliate link. No way.
What?
Brother.
Heilige Scheiße.
I'm the biggest Honey fan in the world.
Ludwig, no!
They've also been lying to consumers.
They are clearly not giving the best coupon codes and discounts to users.
If you have downloaded Honey, I do recommend removing it from your browser.
I do think that this investigation from Megalag will lead to a huge class action lawsuit against Honey.
So on behalf of creators everywhere, I have filed a class action lawsuit.
We're suing PayPal and Honey. Cambridge Nexus is the lead plaintiff in a class action complaint filed against PayPal and its property, Honey.
Well, it's safe to say PayPal's lawyers love my last video. But don't worry, PayPal, you know what they say. All press is good press, right? Let's see. Since releasing part 1 of my investigation, Honey has lost over 6 million users, Google has changed their policies for browser extensions, blocking Honey from claiming undeserved commissions, and most significantly, PayPal has been slammed with over 20 class action lawsuits accusing them of wiretapping, computer hacking, unfair competition, consumer fraud, tortious interference, and unjust enrichment. Yikes, maybe not them. And unfortunately for PayPal, I suspect more lawsuits will be filed following the release of this video. Why? Well, you see, besides lying to consumers and stealing from influencers, Honey was also causing serious harm to small businesses. So much so that I believe brands have likely suffered millions of dollars in damages. But that's not all. In this video, you're also going to learn how Honey was collecting and sharing your data, and how they, in my opinion,
Thank fuck for these great federal judges blocking these bullshit unconstitutional age verification laws. These politicians are crazy for trying to push these laws that violate the First Amendment.
It's a Christmas miracle, guys. A federal judge just blocked Texas's App Store age verification law from taking effect in the new year, basically stating that it's unconstitutional and the law is extremely vague. Boys and girls, we gotta keep fighting. We're winning. We can actually try to stop all this age verification, privacy invading bullcrap from happening, as long as we just keep fighting and contacting our...
You know, I'm assuming this has to have something to do with lobbyists. There must be some corporations lobbying politicians for these age verification laws so that they can get more like consumer data and stuff. Like, that has to be the case.
Our local lawmakers.
Well, a new Texas law on adding restrictions on children's use of app stores is on hold, at least for now. A federal judge has temporarily blocked Senate Bill 2420 that was supposed to take effect on New Year's Day. This would establish age verification requirements and mandate parental consent before a child could download or make purchases within apps. Supporters say this is needed to protect children online. Critics say it would violate free speech rights. However, the judge says parts of it are, quote, unconstitutionally vague and, quote, exceedingly overboard.
Sounds like that judge has something that a lot of people are missing nowadays, a brain. So basically the Texas judge was stating that it is a very vague law, it's unconstitutional. And remember, this is coming after a bunch of other states have either been permanently blocking age verification laws or temporarily blocking them. One of the recent ones being Louisiana, where just like about a week or so ago, there was a Louisiana social media age verification law that was also blocked by a federal judge, where they were also making the same types of arguments that it's unconstitutional, that the laws are extremely vague. And there's this activism group that I've been talking about called Net Choice that has been doing a lot of good work, trying to keep the internet safe, trying to keep privacy on the internet to be an actual thing, because the government is trying to rip it away from us. And I don't just mean the United States government. I mean pretty much every single government right now is either already having age verification laws or considering them for the future. Arkansas was another state that was recently had their age verification laws declared unconstitutional, and that's been blocked as well. Net Choice also had a hand on this as well. Georgia was yet another state that had their age verification laws blocked, and also Net Choice also, I believe, had a hand in this one as well. So they've been doing a lot that Net Choice had.
Well, anyway, that's good news. Thanks for donation 3. Jonathan Haidt is a major proponent and lobbyer of age verification on social media. His latest books are on the subject and gives a great argument why it should be in effect. I think it's fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dan.
Illegally targeted minors through influencers such as Mr. Beast. Strong accusations, I know, but I have the receipts. I've reviewed internal data, Honey's source code, their pitch deck to investors, disturbing emails between Honey and small businesses. I've reviewed interviews, and much, much more. You're about to get insights into one of the most scummy, predatory business models I have ever seen. You'll also find out why my investigation has triggered multiple class action lawsuits against other corporate giants such as Microsoft, Capital One, Klarna, Rakuten, and Retail Me Not. Per usual, the views, allegations, and conclusions expressed in the series are my opinions based on evidence I have gathered, which will be shared throughout. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to part 2 of the Honey Trap. There were many moments throughout this investigation where I thought I'd reached the end of the rabbit hole. I thought I understood everything there was to know about Honey's dirty business model. They were claiming the credit for sales they hadn't earned, poaching the affiliate commissions from content creators, and they were intentionally withholding discounts from users for their own financial gain, rendering the entire value behind their core product a lie. Kinda hard to believe it could get much worse than that, but unfortunately it does. And I realized this after noticing a strange but reoccurring anomaly. You see, in most cases when Honey popped up at checkout and I clicked apply coupons, a discrete tab would open in the top left corner of my browser. That's Honey injecting a simulated referral code, attempting to claim the credit for a sale. But here's where things got weird. Every once in a while, I'd come across a store where, after clicking apply coupons, Honey wouldn't load their affiliate link. So why not? At first, I thought it might be a bug. I quickly ruled that out after noticing the same anomaly on multiple websites. Even stranger, when this would happen, I was generally finding better deals. So what gives? Well, for the longest time, I was under the assumption that Honey would only pop up on websites that had agreed to partner with them. But I couldn't have been more wrong. And I realized this after stumbling across a post on Shopify's community forum, where a store owner complained that Honey was leaking their coupon codes without their permission. And as I read through the replies, I could see other stores had the same issue. Now, this was a pivotal moment in my investigation because it turned my entire understanding of Honey's business model upside down. Until now, I was so focused on the impact Honey had on consumers and influencers that I didn't even think to consider the potential impact to businesses. Though in my defense, Honey consistently referred to the 30,000 stores on its platform as participating stores. So one would assume that every store on Honey's platform joined willingly and with consent. Yet clearly, that wasn't the case. So I reached out to several business owners to learn more.
Honey takes the codes that people use on our website, the discount codes, and makes them public to everybody who's using Honey.
We started having problems where customers would get in touch via our support website saying, oh, hey, I just tried to use this discount, this 60% off coupon, and it doesn't work. And I'd be like, we can look into it. Like, dude, that is not your discount. Like, how did you get that? And they'd be like, oh, it just showed up through the Honey extension.
I hadn't heard about Honey before, and I was just hanging out on the couch with my girlfriend, and she made some comment about, oh, this app Honey that basically gives you all these coupon codes, and I think she asked if we were on it. I said no, and then she checked it out our website and said, oh, you actually are on it, and it's giving this 15 or 20% discount code. And so that's when I found out about it, and I was pretty shocked because I didn't know how long it had been going on for. It cost us thousands, and I haven't even looked into how far back it went, but I know we just ended the code right away.
Now, if you think that sounds bad, well, trust me, it gets a whole lot worse. But first, it's important we understand the scale of this issue. As you just heard, these store owners clearly never consented to being on Honey, so they can't possibly be among the so-called 30,000 participating stores, right? So why was Honey lying to consumers about the true number of stores supported by its platform? And just how many stores did Honey add to its platform without consent? Was it hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands? Well, that's where things get interesting. You see, when I started combing through the business side of Honey's website, I noticed that Honey claims to only be partnered with 10,000 brands. That's 20,000 less than what they advertised to consumers. So I figured, okay, I guess 10,000 stores intentionally partnered with Honey, and the remaining 20,000 never signed up. Now, that would already be incredibly concerning and deeply misleading. But as it turns out, the deception is far worse than that. You see, as I continued digging, I stumbled across this file from Honey's extension called supported domains, which gets loaded onto your computer when you install Honey. And this file contains a list of over 180,000 online stores. That's a massive discrepancy from what's advertised anywhere on Honey's website. Now, of course, we could start making assumptions based on those numbers alone, but we don't have to, because it just so happens that Honey also keeps detailed information for each of the online stores in this list, and it's relatively easy to access that data. For example, on Chrome, if we click Manage Extensions, turn on Developer Mode, click on the Service Worker for Honey, and click on
2 donators, only extension you need is unblock origin. Adding anything else increases the chance of something being compromised.
This is just your daily reminder not to install browser extensions on your web browsers. Perhaps you know that already, but what about your mother, your grandmother, or other family members? This is from Malwarebytes. Sleeper browser extensions woke up as spyware on 4 million devices. So researchers have unraveled a malware campaign that really did play the long game. After 7 years of behaving normally, a set of browser extensions installed on roughly 4.3 million Chrome and Edge users' devices suddenly went rogue. Now they can track what you browse and run malicious code inside your browser. So researchers have found 5 extensions that operated cleanly for many years before being weaponized in mid-2024. The developers who created these earned trust, built up millions of installs, and even collected featured or verified status in the Chrome and Edge stores. They then pushed out silent updates that turned these add-ons into spyware and malware. The extensions turned into a remote code execution framework. They could download and run malicious JavaScript inside the browser and collect information about visited sites and the user's browser, sending it all back to attackers believed to be based in China. Now, one of those extensions is WeTab, with around 3 million installs on Edge. It accesses spyware by streaming visited URLs. Waiting for years is exceptional. When an extension has been available on the web, malicious behavior. Now, Malwarebytes does show you how to find this and remove it from your web browser. Now, this new campaign is far more dangerous. Every infected browser JavaScript and executes it with full browser API from your.
The only extension I'm using is some volume booster thing and my VPN. Unblock Origin stopped working for me. I might try reinstalling it. Thanks for the donation too.
On the Network tab, we can now monitor what Honey does behind the scenes a little closer. So if we say visit apple.com, we can see that Honey is now accessing information from their database related to Apple. Looking at this one in particular, we can see that 2.9 million Honey users visited Apple's website in the past 30 days. We can also see that none of those users saved any money from coupons because, well, Honey has no coupon codes for Apple's website. We can even see internal support and monetization notes that were left by Honey's employees. Interesting. Most importantly, however, we can also see that Honey has an affiliate link for Apple's website, confirming that Apple does have an affiliate partnership with Honey. But if we look at the same data for, say, Abercrombie & Fitch, we can see that Honey doesn't have an affiliate link, yet Honey is still offering coupon codes for that store. And sure enough, if we click Apply Coupons on Abercrombie & Fitch, Honey doesn't load an affiliate link through that infamous sneaky tab. Aha, things are starting to make more sense. So all I had to do now was collect this data for every store in Honey's database. The only problem is, collecting this data for one store is easy, but doing it for 180,000, that would literally take years. Unless, of course, you created a little program that automated the entire process, crawling through that massive list, scraping Honey's data store by store, and neatly organizing the most relevant data points into a nice, easy to read spreadsheet. Well, that's exactly what we have here, but I can't take any credit for the spreadsheet because this was all the work of someone much better at this stuff than I am, and he goes by the name of Jelte. He's a developer from the Netherlands, awesome guy, and I cannot thank him enough because holy shit, there is a treasure trove of data in this spreadsheet. We now have all the details for every store, every coupon code, every developer note, all curated into one lovely spreadsheet. It's glorious. PayPal will not like me having this data, but too bad. And Jelte will be releasing this data publicly on Twitter shortly following the release of this video. Link to his Twitter is below, so make sure you give him a follow if you want to catch that drop. All right, so now that we have the spreadsheet, we can finally confirm that at the time this data was collected, Honey supported 35,000 stores with affiliate links and an additional 146,000 stores without affiliate links. So yes, there was some truth to the claim of supporting 30,000 participating stores. They just conveniently left out the eeny-weeny fact that they dragged an additional 146,000 stores onto their platform, presumably without consent. Now, consider this. If you're Honey and your platform supports 180,000 stores, surely you'd be screaming that from the rooftops, right? 180,000 sounds a whole lot more impressive than 30,000. Honey knows that, so why hide the real number? Clearly, Honey decided that keeping this little secret to themselves outweighed the benefits of advertising it. Now, as a consumer, you might be thinking, so what if Honey leaks a few coupon codes? Even if a business never gave consent, surely that would just drive more sales for the business, right? Well, it's not that simple. Why? Well, you see, coupon codes are more than just discounts for consumers. They're also a vital marketing tool for businesses. Virtually all coupon codes have a strategic purpose behind them. For example, many online stores will offer a 10% discount as an incentive for signing up to their newsletter. The consumer gets a 10% discount, and the business gets your email address for marketing. It's a simple tit-for-tat exchange.
New Chrome updates broke uBlock Origin but still works on all other browsers including upstreamed Chromium. Developer of uBlock Origin developed new version specifically works for new Chrome called uBlock Origin Lite.
Alright, I'll download uBlock Origin Lite. Thanks for the donation 3.
exchange. But if Honey snatches up that coupon and makes it available to everyone, well, now the business is losing 10% while gaining nothing in return. The entire purpose behind that coupon code gets destroyed, stripping away any incentive for the business to continue offering it. But it's not just newsletter coupons. Stores will also offer discounts to reward and maintain loyalty, like offering exclusive VIP codes to repeat high-value customers. Many businesses will even offer specialty discounts to military veterans or first responders, just to show their appreciation. But also, some businesses have private discount codes like 50 or 80% off that are strictly intended for use by employees or friends and family. So when Honey comes along, finds all of these codes and hands them out like candy to its millions of users, not only does it cause a negative strategic impact, but it also causes significant financial harm. In fact, this has become such a significant problem for online stores that there are now multiple paid services to help e-commerce stores block extensions like Honey. Even well-known retailers are paying to prevent these issues. Now, you might be wondering, how on earth does Honey get access to private coupon codes like employee discounts if they're not available to the public? Well, I came across this marketing podcast where they discussed the issue.
What happens is if I have Honey, for example, and I'm one of your best customers at your e-commerce store, and you decide you're going to do a promotion for your VIP customers, maybe it's a flash sale, and you send me a special code. I go to your website, I legitimately have that code from you, I type it into the promo code field at checkout. Because I have Honey in my browser, it is able to scrape that code then and give it to everybody who uses it. We've seen codes like Military Hero 30, clearly intended for a veteran. And then in another case, even worse, in another case, my CEO found a men's apparel brand where they had a $75 off coupon code, but they didn't set a minimum order value. And so people were able to get unlimited merchandise for free as long as they kept their order value at $75 or under.
Okay, that's insane.
Whoa. Something about that sounds illegal, too. W, you don't need $2. Is this guy retarded or based? Let me see.
You wouldn't only brush your teeth once per day, would you? And you wouldn't shower 6 or 7 times every day, right? So why are you treating your workouts the same way? This right here is what my physique looks like after 4 years of training while maintaining it year-round. I only train 3 days per week max.
It looks like you only train 3 days per week max.
Sometimes 4 days so I can isolate my biceps, triceps, abs, you get the point. And this is the physique I maintained while training earlier this year for just 2 days per week. And do you want to know how much all my workouts lasted? 1 hour. There is no...
It looks like you don't train that much.
No need for you to be in the gym more than 4 days per week.
Yes, there is. If you want to actually get strong, then yeah, you're going to have to train a lot.
If you're training hard, you're eating mainly whole foods that either come from the ground or came from an...
This guy is small and weak. Bruh. Like, he's so small. Dude, are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god. He struggles to deadlift 315. Is there even any footage of him, like, benching? I guarantee you this guy isn't benching, like, above 185. That is embarrassing. You don't have to train much. You only have to do 3 days a week and, like, hour tops. And then he's, like, small and skinny and weak. Yeah, so, oh, Jesus Christ. Wow. Beta male twink. What are those, like, 40s? Bro. Yeah, this guy's a weak-ass twink. Like, my god. That is embarrassing. And, like, there's no actual footage of him benching either. That's fucking embarrassing. That guy is neither retarded or based. He's a fucking beta male twink. He's like a pussy who doesn't want to work hard. Thanks for the donation, W.
But I have to admit, at first, I was a little skeptical of the claim that Honey was snatching codes from users without their consent, because whenever I entered in a coupon code Honey didn't recognize, the extension would always ask for my permission before taking it, or so I thought. But as it turns out, the moment you type in a coupon code, Honey immediately sends that code directly to their servers, and then they ask for your consent. How do I know? Well, you see, a developer, who would like to remain anonymous, noticed that Honey leaked their source code inside of their iOS app. Whoops. So this developer extracted the code and sent it to me. We can actually further verify this with a live example. Watch what Honey does in the background as I enter in this coupon. Honey realizes that it doesn't have this code yet and asks for my consent to share it. But look at this. Before I've clicked anything, Honey has already sent that coupon code to their server, including the details of how much money that coupon saved me, all without my consent. Now, Honey might argue that if you click don't share, they never actually use those coupons. And maybe they don't. Maybe those codes just sit in their database doing nothing. We can't say for certain. However, if you read Honey's privacy policy, it explicitly states that they collect data such as coupons, promo codes, and deals you found. So while they ask for a user's consent, the privacy policy clearly allows them to take that data without it. So why does this matter? Well, it matters because when private codes get leaked, businesses don't just lose money, they're often left in the dark, unable to trace how those codes were exposed in the first place. I've personally found several coupon codes through Honey that were clearly intended for private use. This one coupon I found worked like a $35 gift voucher, meaning I could make unlimited free orders provided my cart value was $35 or under. When I alerted the business, they appeared to have no idea how the code had been leaked. Now, believe it or not, this nightmare for online stores only gets worse.
So we usually use discount codes as a way to track when influencers or partners are sending traffic to us so that we can identify the sale was attributed to that influencer and pay them a commission. So I think we saw one code started to get used like way more, and we were like, wow, we're paying this influencer so much, they're doing so well, and I was like a little bit suspicious.
A lot of times discount codes are the only way for you to understand if a YouTuber that you love and would love to partner with is actually driving incremental value to your business. Those codes would immediately get picked up by Honey, and then they'd be used hundreds of thousands of times, and you'd be like, all right, like not only does that negatively impact our business, it was for that audience, but we have no idea which podcaster we should continue to support.
Now, if you're someone who listens to podcasts, you probably know exactly what Chip is talking about here. When brands advertise on podcasts, affiliate links aren't always practical. Listeners could be running, driving, or doing the laundry without easy access to a computer. So instead, brands will provide podcasters with a unique coupon code. And each time the listener uses that coupon code at checkout, the podcaster earns a commission, just like an affiliate link. So these are not your typical coupon codes. Behind them, you have an influencer that's trying to earn a living, you have a business paying to promote their product, and there's usually a contract binding the two together. Regardless, Honey will step in, leak the codes to users, disrupting that business relationship. The result? Not only do brands end up losing money from the leaked discounts, on top of that, they're now forced to pay undeserved commissions to the influencers whose codes got leaked. It's easy to imagine how quickly something like this could spiral out of control. In fact, one business owner on Twitter reported losing $100,000 from this exact issue, and he only realized it happening several months later. It's no laughing matter. And if you think this is a huge win for influencers because they get paid a bunch of undeserved commissions, well, think again.
I mean, we basically pulled it all out of the podcast realm because there was really no way to figure out how to attribute any successes or failures.
We basically can't do that anymore because as soon as a code becomes used by one person, it's suddenly used by everybody.
This is a nightmare situation for everyone involved, but not all businesses are affected equally. Honey's actions are especially devastating for small businesses that lack the resources of larger brands. The big retailers can push back. They have dedicated marketing teams, advanced analytic tools, and the legal muscle to respond. Smaller businesses, on the other hand, don't have that luxury. So when a multi-billion-dollar company like PayPal piles on more obstacles, it's not just frustrating, it's downright predatory. In fact, Made in Cookware CEO Chip perfectly summed up the devastating impact Honey's actions can have on a small business.
When you're in the early stages of building a business, you're in the stage of, will this company even work? Is there product market fit? How do I scale this thing? Can the economics work, right? And so all the things we talked about, these discount codes and the kind of removal of attribution and killing margin, like those really affect the early stages of a company, from everything from where do I put the next dollar in to make sure I can survive down to, you're taking 10, 15, 20% of my sales without me wanting it. And we have digital marketing costs, we have shipping costs, we have all these stacks of costs that not only are getting more inflated over time, like FedEx has been raising their rates over time, warehousing costs have gone up, COGS have gone up as through inflation for the last 4 or 5 years, right? Like all the cost structures have been going up, and to have someone just stealing and compressing the actual revenue you want, like puts small businesses in a real squeeze. It's just really disappointing, and it doesn't even work because at the end of the day, you need to make the numbers work. And if Honey is going to steal 10% of your revenue all the time, you're going to have to raise prices at the end of the day to make up for that, right? And so it's not only not effective, but it makes it worse for the consumer. It compresses for the small business owner any margin, and it's just like a really awful business model. We've been so mad at them for so long.
Really sad. And Chip's point about the impact to consumers is especially important. If Honey's eroding profit margins from retailers and they're forced to increase prices, well, that ultimately affects consumers. Now, as you'd expect, these businesses don't just let these issues slide. Naturally, they reach out to Honey to complain, asking to be removed from the platform. And that, unfortunately, is where the story takes a much darker turn. You see, Honey is well aware of the inconvenience it creates for these online stores. So when they inevitably reach out to Honey, asking to be removed, does Honey oblige? Of course not. Instead, Honey goes, how about this? We'll give you full control over which coupons go live on our platform, but only if you partner with us. I kid you not. In fact, Chip was kind enough to share his email exchanges with Honey from 2020, and you need to see it because holy shit, it's bad. Now, it is a long email chain, so I'm not going to read the entire thing, but you're welcome to pause to read the bits I skim over. Hi, I am the CEO of Made in Cookware. Please remove us from your app. You've scraped a private friends and family code from our checkout and put it on the platform for others to use. We've lost a bunch of revenue. 4 days later, Honey responds with, hi Chip, thanks for reaching out. Honey supports over 40,000 stores online, and we always prioritize protecting the Honey experience for users by supporting available stores and displaying available codes. We can absolutely remove the code in question. In order to protect the Honey experience for our users, we typically do not remove codes unless we have a working relationship. I mean, right off the bat, they're basically saying, we won't compromise the experience for our users unless you pay us. Classy. We'd love to discuss how we can work more closely and partner with your brand. Chip replies the same day, "We don't offer affiliate deals to coupon sites. We'd like to be removed from your site and extension completely." With the sales pitch not going to plan, Honey brings in their global partnerships manager, Kelly Rodek, who explains to Chip that his leak code was added through Honey's user-generated coupon functionality. No surprises there. She completely ignores his request to be removed from the platform, only offering to remove the leaked employee discount. Chip replies the same day, "Our friends and family code was listed on your site. That was an internal code meant for a small group of people that was never published anywhere. A whole site can't be removed from your app." Honey only responds a week later, confirming they removed the employee discount, but again, completely ignores Chip's request to be removed from Honey. Chip responds immediately, pushing for an answer, but they ignore his email completely. A month later, and Honey leaks another private discount code. "Hi, please remove from your app. That is a private code behind a private employee perk login. This should never be public. I don't understand how you feel taking a private employee perk and making that public to the world is helping our business." Honey responds confirming they removed the code, but instead of taking responsibility, they try shifting the blame onto Chip, suggesting his employees might be responsible for sharing the code with Honey. But given what we know about their system, I'm willing to bet Honey were responsible for the leak, not Chip's employees. Honey then suggests that Chip creates single-use codes for each and every employee, essentially making it his responsibility to fix a problem they created in the first place. I would be fuming if this were my business. 2 months later, and another private code gets leaked, and once again, Chip asks to be completely removed from the platform. And this time, Honey finally addresses the question. "We proudly host a consistent shopping experience for all Honey shoppers who rely on our shopping tools. Therefore, we cannot disable Honey for individual stores, and never have."
Dodo Nutellers, can we start playing games soon? Yeah, we're gonna play games
Saving
soon.
for retirement is difficult, regardless of where you live. By 2050, the world could be facing a $400 trillion shortfall in the money people need to retire. And the U.S. is a major part of the problem.
I'm frequently asked as a pension expert, which country has the best retirement system? And my answer is a little bit equivocal. It's that every country's retirement system is a product of the path that it grew on.
Some of these proposals, such as a mandatory defined contribution system, may not go over well in the United States.
Now, of course, Social Security is mandatory in the United States. So, it's not like we don't have any mandatory benefits, but the idea that this top up, this second tier would be mandatory, I find it hard to believe the US would head in that direction. You can't have the same system every place in the world. What you can is have the best system that you have within the culture that you have. There are some good things in there that drag us up. We've got a significant amount of assets in defined contribution plans. We've had them for a very long time. We still have some people that are covered by defined benefit plans. And in the US, we have a progressive benefit formula in the Social Security program, which means you get more money to your lower waged employees. That also helps with the adequacy. So there are pluses and minuses, and there are things we could do to make it a little bit tighter. And honestly, that is the point of the pension index, is to give everyone an opportunity to understand what's working and then understand what's not and see what they can change.
There's a variety of things that you can critique the U.S. retirement system for, but instead of looking at just features, you should look at results. And the results are we save more than in most other countries, and we have among the very, very highest retirement incomes in the world. To me, that speaks to the success of how our program works.
Okay. Yeah, we'll play games soon. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Never have, huh? Well, that's interesting, because it just so happens that Andrew from TrueGrit Texture Supply also shared his email exchange with Honey. And would you believe it? He was dealing with the exact same Honey employee as Chip. And while Honey attempted the same sales pitch with Andrew, they did eventually remove his store from the platform. So yes, it is possible, and yes, they have done it before. Once again, we've caught Honey in yet another calculated and deliberate lie. And make no mistake, it was deliberate because this employee, Kelly, confirmed the removal of Andrew's store just 1 month before assuring Chip that Honey had never removed a store before. Honey clearly has the capability to remove stores, they just choose to enforce that decision selectively. Keep in mind, Honey knows exactly how many of their users are visiting a given store and how much they are spending. So I'd speculate that this selective enforcement comes entirely down to which stores Honey believes will make them the most money. Now, for the record, I didn't even get through that entire email chain between Chip and Honey. It goes on. And this behavior is not an isolated incident. It's a pattern.
When merchants discover their codes have leaked and then they want to clamp down on that, they go to these coupon extensions and plea and request to have their codes removed. And 9 times out of 10, the response is join our affiliate program and you'll have more granular control over that. And so I think merchants tend to feel a little bit as though they're being blackmailed or extorted, because you join the affiliate program and then you have to pay that coupon extension company every time somebody uses a code. And you're doing that in order to have them not share your codes.
I mean, this has got to be one of the most f***ed up business models I have ever seen. And let's be real,
Yeah, that is extortion.
About what's going on here. In my opinion, it's economic extortion. Just think about it. Imagine one day deciding to start your own business. You've saved up all this money and invested it all into this one big idea. You're taking on a huge risk. And as you navigate the daily struggles of running a business, a bad actor sneaks into your store without you ever noticing. They quietly start collecting coupons from your customers and start handing them out at your checkout counter. Then one day, you notice a customer with a voucher that was clearly never intended for them, and you have absolutely no idea how they got it. But when you eventually catch the culprit and demand that they leave your store, they refuse, and there's nothing you can do about it. Knowing this, the bad actor leverages the harm they manufactured by strong-arming you into signing a partnership deal, where the only way to stop the damage they created is by paying them. Honey's business model starts to make a lot more sense now, doesn't it? It makes sense why they dragged 146,000 stores onto their platform and kept quiet about it, because by doing so, they wedged themselves between those stores and their customers, disrupting, interfering, and ultimately taking control over their coupon strategies. And the only way for those stores to regain some of that control is by paying Honey. I mean, why else would any of these stores partner with and pay Honey if they're already on the platform for free? The answer is simple. The stores don't pay for inclusion, they pay for exclusion, for damage control. It makes sense. Now, to be clear, I'm not suggesting that all of Honey's 35,000 partnered stores were coerced into joining their platform. I'm sure many signed up willingly. After all, Honey does offer a cashback program, which some stores genuinely like to offer users. And just look at the glowing case studies on Honey's website. Some of the numbers they throw around make partnering with Honey look like an absolute no-brainer. Increased average order value, reduced cart abandonment, that's music to the ears of any e-commerce store owner. But of course, if the benefits were truly as good as they say, you'd expect that brands who partner with Honey never look back. Right? Well, here's a little statistic Honey doesn't want brands to see, and it's from their own data. This right here is a list of stores that at some point tried a partnership with Honey, then decided, yeah, no thanks, and ended the partnership. There's 15,000 of them. That's 15,000 brands that at some point were partnered with Honey, but no longer are. And this is based on the limited data I have access to. The actual number is potentially a lot higher. I think that says a lot more about the value Honey can bring to businesses than any of their case studies. Given everything we've uncovered about Honey so far, it really makes you wonder, why on earth would a Fortune 500 company like PayPal sink $4 billion into buying this company? Sure, Honey was making some sweet affiliate revenue, but still, that's a lot of money. To put that price tag into perspective, the platform you're watching this on, YouTube, was acquired for just $1.6 billion. Combine that with the acquisitions of Instagram and Twitch, and it's still equates.
The way these companies are doing marketing, they can't just offer one-time use codes. Stupid. Like, if you were listening to what anything he was saying, you would not have asked that question or suggested that solution.
To less than what PayPal paid for Honey, a coupon browser extension. Well, Honey brought more to the table for PayPal than its ability to churn out mountains of cash. They also had 17 million users worth of data, and as it turns out, lots of it. Remember in the last episode how I said, if a product's free, it's likely you're the product? Well, we're at that part of the story now. You see, while Honey was handing out bottom of the barrel coupon codes, they were also tracking your shopping habits and collecting a ton of data along the way. In fact, Amazon of all companies began warning users that Honey was a security risk, stating, Honey tracks your private shopping behavior, collects data like your order history and item saved, and can read and change any of your data on any website you visit. They even recommended uninstalling the extension. That was somewhat surprising to me, given how much Honey played into the whole you can trust us with your data narrative.
Actually free, not like selling all your personal data free.
Does Honey sell user data?
No. This prompted me to investigate Honey's data collection practices, and what I found was, unsurprisingly at this point, pretty darn concerning. Hilariously, the first thing I noticed when auditing Honey's website was that they explicitly assured users that, hey, what we don't do is sell or share your data. But the moment you click the link to their privacy policy, the first thing you see is how we share your data. Excuse me, red flag number 1. Now, this privacy policy was packed with vague language when it came to what data they were collecting and how they were sharing it. So I dug deeper and came across this incredible investigation by a German nonprofit called Data Request, who advocate for data privacy online. And they dug into Honey's data collection practices by submitting what's known as a GDPR right of access request. For those unfamiliar.
Yeah, so again, stupid, if you're listening to any of this, you wouldn't have left that dumb comment. I don't even know why the fuck you're talking when you're not even listening.
Under European law, anyone living in Europe can ask a company, no matter where it's located, for a copy of all the personal data that company has collected on them. So, 2 of their members, Benny and Malta, both Honey users, each submitted a GDPR request. Their data revealed that Honey was systematically tracking their browsing activity across every website it considered to be an online store. They also collected timestamps, unique user IDs, device IDs, operating system info, geolocation details, and the full URL of the page visited. Now, Data Request showed that from these logs alone, Honey could infer some incredibly personal insights about a user. Here are just a few examples from Benny's data that was collected in 2020. Honey could see that on February 13th at 2:57 p.m., Benny viewed an iFixit guide on how to swap the DVD lens on a Nintendo Wii. They could see that Benny checked an AliExpress order 13 times, his order ID fully visible, including the fact he opened a dispute for the order. They could see he had a Microsoft family plan and that he added a new family member to his Office 365 account. Honey also knew that Benny looked for an Airbnb in Berlin for 2 adults from the 4th to the 5th of March. And apparently Benny had issues with his iPhone because he viewed an Apple support page on how to reset his passcode. On March 23rd at around 5 p.m.,
Yeah, this is some shit you don't want them to know.
Benny watched a documentary called Scanning the Pyramids on CuriosityStream, a service he subscribed to just an hour earlier through YouTuber Tom Scott's affiliate link. And apparently Benny's a gamer because he redeemed a game on Steam with the serial code 5HGP6. You get the point. All that information could be inferred from just 27 page views. But in total, Honey collected over 2,500 pages of web activity between just February and May of 2020, meaning what I just read to you represents only 1% of the total data Honey collected within a 3-month window. That is insane. Now, while Benny willingly registered an account with Honey, Malta, on the other hand, didn't. Yet Honey collected the same data from him as well, suggesting whether you formally register an account with Honey or simply installed the extension, Honey was harvesting the same data regardless. Huge shout out to Data Request for their work. I'll link their full investigation below. They also have a great tool where eligible consumers can easily request a copy of their data from companies like Honey and also request to have that data deleted. Definitely check that out and consider supporting their nonprofit. So as you can see, it starts to make a lot more sense why a company like PayPal would fork out so much money for this platform. Honey was sitting on a treasure trove of data that provided detailed insights into its users' shopping habits. Honey could see what users were buying, how they shopped, what they searched for, the decisions they made before checkout, and even the services they considered but didn't purchase. That information is invaluable to a payments platform like PayPal. But don't just take my word for it. Here's Honey's former senior manager of partnerships, Daniel Pilkington, discussing the benefits of Honey's data for their partnered merchants.
One of the metrics that we assess very frequently for merchants that work with Honey is, cross-store shopping. So, how many other stores is a user visiting as well as the store in question? They go to 6 stores, they go to 7 stores, they go to 10 stores before they make a decision on where to purchase.
And here's another former senior partnerships manager.
So one of the things we have insight into at Honey, because we're a browser extension and we can see our shoppers and how they shop, is that shoppers love to cross-site comparison shop. We're really kind of following the shopper where they go, and we're with them every step of the way. We have all sorts of tools to make those consumers stickier to those direct-to-consumer brands.
And here's a former PayPal executive discussing how beneficial the data is for their goals.
We've got a full suite of solutions across our consumer platforms that help drive new customers, that help drive loyalty, that help drive conversion, and ultimately sales lift. And we have a lot of analytics and a lot of data, a lot of shopper data, obviously, and that's something that we can unlock on behalf of our partners.
You've got to hand it to Honey. They've truly mastered the art of selling bullshit narratives. To users, they promise privacy, insisting, hey, we never sell or share your data. But to their merchants, they literally bragged about how much of your data they had and how it could be leveraged to provide them with valuable insights into your shopping habits. It's genuinely astounding. Now, for clarity, those interviews were all recorded after PayPal's acquisition of Honey. So is this simply a case of a corporate giant turning a once well-intentioned startup into a data harvesting machine? Nope. In fact, data collection was part of Honey's game plan well before they were acquired by PayPal. This right here is Honey's pitch deck to investors from back in 2015. On the business model slide, Honey clearly labels personalized offers to consumers based on cross-site comparison shopping data as a core component of their business strategy. And on the very next slide, proudly entitled Our Unfair Advantage, it explicitly states Honey's unique data allows us to predict what each user is about to buy, when they intend to purchase, and how much they are willing to pay. They even itemize the data collected as user behavioral data, stores visited, products viewed, and of course, your purchase history. So not only was data collection top of mind from the very beginning, but they were already actively collecting it and pitching that data to investors as a valuable asset. For years, Honey framed data collection as minimal and purely in service of saving users money. Well, it appears they were full of shit. And to be clear, I'm not suggesting that Honey was selling your data to third parties for cash. Well, at least I found no evidence of that. But were they quietly monetizing your data behind the scenes, sharing insights with partnered merchants while conveniently leaving that detail out of their privacy policy? Well, it sure looks that way to me. One thing is for certain, however, and that's that Honey sold your data to PayPal, one of the largest online payment platforms in the world. PayPal didn't spend billions of dollars for a simple coupon extension. They were buying a window into your life as a consumer. And here's why that should worry you.
PayPal launches an ad network. PayPal has officially said it will be launching an ad network that will sell ads leveraging the data it collects on the purchase history and spending habits of its 400 million users. This change would also likely affect users of PayPal subsidiaries like Venmo and Honey, and I believe there's more as well, but I'm not surprised Honey's in there.
Nice. This is terrible.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Now, to make this whole data collection issue 100 times worse, something else caught my eye while reading through Honey's privacy policy. Right at the very bottom, Honey states that, quote, we created Honey for the exclusive use of adults 18 and older, and we don't knowingly collect or solicit personal information from children. Yeah, you see, now there's just one problem with that.
Knowingly. Yeah, that's the operative word.
I have a challenge for all of you. Go to every computer in your house, your mom's, your dad's, your sister, your brother's computer, and install Honey.
That's right. Not only did Honey and PayPal knowingly collect data from minors, but they intentionally targeted them in their advertising. That's not just unethical, it's potentially illegal in numerous jurisdictions. Many countries have very strict regulations when it comes to the collection of personal data from minors, and for good reason. Therefore, if you intend on having minors use your product, many jurisdictions require that you obtain parental consent first. But this adds all kinds of technical and legal complexities, which is why many platforms simply limit the use of their service to adults only in their privacy policy, which was Honey's approach. But if Honey were genuinely trying to avoid having kids on their platform, they probably shouldn't have sponsored one of the most popular influencers in the world, whose key demographic of followers is, well, this. But Honey did sponsor Mr. Beast, and those videos garnered a whopping 3 billion views, making him Honey's #1 sponsor. In fact, according to my data, Mr. Beast sponsorships represent over 1/3 of Honey's total sponsored views on YouTube. But it wasn't just Mr. Beast. Honey sponsored many channels whose content was, in my opinion, clearly targeted at minors. They sponsored Minecraft channels, Roblox channels.
This reminds me of when cigarette ads would run during the Flintstones. Holy fuck, dude.
Cartoon channels. I mean, just watch this video and tell me it's not targeted at children.
Cat.
This video is sponsored by Honey.
If Honey wanted to target minors so badly, they should have just sponsored one. Oh, wait a minute, that's exactly what they did. This, ladies and gentlemen, is Desiree Machado, who at the time was just 14 years old.
Guys, I'm only 14.
Hilariously, one of her videos that Honey sponsored is appropriately titled Back to School. Honey even ran her sponsored segment as a paid advert on YouTube. Now, speaking of paid adverts, let's quickly circle back to that Mr. Beast ad, because of all the evidence, this has got to be the single worst example of Honey intentionally targeting minors. Let me play it again.
I have a challenge for all of you. Go to every computer in your house, your mom's, your dad's, your sister, your brother's computer, and install Honey.
They are literally encouraging kids to install a browser extension that tracks and collects data onto every computer in their household, including those belonging to their siblings. That is fucking insane. And the emojis? I mean, come on. And look, this is not a good look for Mr. Beast either. Influencers have a duty of care to ensure that any advertising they engage in is compliant with relevant advertising laws, especially when your audience skews young. Of course, I did reach out to Mr. Beast and his team for comment, but never heard back from them. Now, in case you're still not convinced that this was intentional, because, I don't know, perhaps Honey had a rogue marketing team that was poorly aligned with upper management, well, here's a few words from Honey's former president, Joanne Bradford, talking about the benefits of working with Mr. Beast.
We launched it with gamers playing YouTube on their desktop and a little gamer called Mr. Beast. So we were his first advertiser, and we did a deal with him. His collective ads, I think, have been seen, you know, I'm going to say billions, close to 4 billion times. Wow. Every kid in America knows what Honey is. Every kid in America was telling their moms and their dads they needed to download, you know, Honey in order to save money.
They weren't just telling their mums and dads to install Honey, they were installing it themselves. My 5-year-old brother installed Honey on his computer? Wow, kids start saving money earlier and earlier these days. And here's Honey's co-founder, Ryan Hudson, discussing how Honey leveraged the credibility that influencers have with their audience.
We learned how to work with influencers.
Yeah, this is sounding pretty illegal. There was I think a former Honey CEO or something who did a video coping for this guy, Megaleg's video, saying everything was false. Like, it's just bullshit.
On YouTube to lean into the credibility that they have with their audiences, the ability to speak the language of their audience, and it's been incredible for us. And so we've done. If you watch YouTube or you have kids that watch YouTube, they have seen. If you watch Mr. Beast,
a lot of Honey.
A lot of Honey.
This was no accident. Honey's leadership knew what they were doing, and they knew it worked well. That Mr. Beast ad alone has 118 million paid ad views, the highest of any Honey ad on YouTube, which strongly suggests it was also their best performer. Honey likely invested millions into this ad alone. Honestly, it's genuinely shocking they've gotten away with it for so long. Now, given everything we've uncovered so far, you might be wondering how on earth there could be more to this investigation. Well, while Honey was the first extension of its kind, unfortunately, they certainly weren't the last. There are now hundreds of coupon and cashback extensions. And while I haven't investigated all of them to the same extent that I have with Honey, many of them engage in similar behavior, especially when it comes to poaching affiliate commissions. And that's why there are now multiple class action lawsuits targeting these other companies. Influencers haven't just been losing money to one sleazy salesman at checkout, they've been losing money to an army of them. In my opinion, these extensions are nothing but leeches. They are parasites in the world of e-commerce. In fact, I've encountered so much shady behavior with these extensions that I felt it was necessary to create my own browser extension to alert me anytime an affiliate cookie is loaded onto my browser. It's called Cookie Guard, and it's especially helpful because some of these extensions will load their affiliate link in ways that are completely invisible to the user. For example, if you click to copy a coupon on Honey, it looks like a harmless feature because you don't see that sneaky tab opening in the corner, but with Cookie Guard installed, you can see that behind the scenes, they are quietly stuffing their cookie through what's known as a hidden iframe. You can Google it. Even worse, I found that the extension Karma Now would stuff their cookie the moment you landed on a checkout page. Completely automated, no interaction with their extension required. They also had a system that could detect when you use a competitor's extension, like Honey, and they would wait for that extension's affiliate link to load, then immediately override it with their own. Again, no interaction with their app required. It's insane. And this sort of malicious behavior is not exclusive to browser extensions. Even Microsoft couldn't resist the temptation of easy affiliate money and decided to offer coupons directly from the Edge browser. Watch what happens when I visit my NordVPN affiliate link. Once I've clicked on one of their coupons, Microsoft immediately replaced my affiliate cookie with their own, poaching the sale. And when I tried to reload my affiliate link to reinstate my cookie, it comes back momentarily, but Microsoft quickly and automatically replaces it again with their own. I mean, damn, Microsoft, people hate your browser enough as it is. And how about Opera's browser? They recently stopped this, but for some time, if you simply entered the URL of a store that they were partnered with and clicked their autocomplete suggestion, Opera considered that fair game to inject their affiliate link and claim the sale. Affiliate marketing has truly become a war of the cookies. I could go on and on with these examples. Now, this all begs the question, how the fuck is all of this being allowed? Are there no rules in place to prevent?
You know, I wonder if you have like multiple of these extensions, you know, installed, if they will literally infinitely fight with each other. Like, it's so bizarre.
Prevent this behavior? Well, as it turns out, yes, there are in fact plenty of rules in place that should have prevented much of what I have uncovered in this investigation. So why hasn't it? Well, That's where greed and incentives comes into the equation. You see, so far we have only discussed two key players in affiliate marketing, merchants and affiliates. Merchants want to sell their products and services, and affiliates want to promote those products and services for a commission. Pretty straightforward. But there's another crucial player that we haven't yet discussed, and that is the affiliate networks. Affiliate networks are like dating apps for the industry. They allow merchants and affiliates to easily discover one another, connect, and work together. These networks also take care of all the technical stuff like the affiliate tracking links, reporting, and commission payments. But most importantly, these networks also set the rules. They are the gatekeepers. Some of the largest networks in this industry are A1, Commission Junction, Impact, and Rakuten Advertising. Now, not only do these networks have their own strict policies, at least on paper, but on top of that, over a decade ago, most of these networks collectively agreed to enforce two codes of conduct. One for downloadable softwares, like extensions, and the other for all affiliates that promote coupon codes. And the rules set out in these codes prohibit many of the behaviors uncovered in this video. So why aren't these networks enforcing their own bloody rules? Well, for every sale made in affiliate marketing, these networks also get a slice of the pie. They generally charge between 20 and 30% of each and every commission paid. There are some variations, of course, not all networks have the same rates and pricing structures, but the core principle is almost always the same. The more money that flows through these extensions, the more the networks get paid. So when these networks enforce rules resulting in a loss of income for the extensions, they too take a hit. Enforcing their own rules basically means shooting themselves in the foot. That kind of incentive structure doesn't just fail to prevent fraud, it practically invites it. Part 3 is going to be huge, and that was supposed to be the next video in the series. But that's not the video you're going to see next. In the next video, I'm going to be exposing a secret system buried deep within Honey's code that was never meant to see the light of day. The system was engineered specifically to bypass one of the most important rules in affiliate marketing, a rule intended to protect influencers from the very commission theft demonstrated in my last video. And that rule is known in the industry as stand down. Stand down essentially means that extensions must detect if a user has already clicked on someone else's affiliate link. And if they have, the extension must deactivate itself and not interfere. Yet, during my testing, Honey virtually never stood down. Suddenly, however, Honey began complying much more frequently. And this change in compliance didn't smell right to me. So I started digging. And that's one of the reasons why this video was delayed for so long. Because as it turns out, Honey wasn't just ignoring stand-down rules, the system they created was designed explicitly to bypass it, while hiding that behavior from compliance testers. And I have all the evidence to prove it. In fact, what I found was so shocking that I consulted with a respected security researcher who was able to independently verify and validate my discovery. The behavior I'm describing, in my opinion, likely constitutes criminal behavior. And in a few days, everyone will learn about the greatest heist in affiliate history.
Dude.
Attempting to stand down as little as possible while avoiding getting caught. Those objectives are intention, of course. The more you don't stand down, the more you're likely to get caught for not standing down. So they're trying to figure out in what circumstances can they avoid standing down and not face material risk of being caught.
That sounds interesting. That is wild. Holy fuck, dude. Well, corporations. It's just like in Cyberpunk. Fucking corpos. It's so hilarious, man. Like, you know, I've been pretty black-pilled on this sort of shit for a while, where, you know, rules are for fools. No one gets ahead by following rules. Like, rules just get in your way. They block your ability to actually achieve success. And I'm sure if all of these secrets were revealed, every single one of these big corporations, every one of these like really rich people, none of them follow the rules. They all break the law. They all do shady shit. And like, sure enough, you know, you're just seeing so much of the stuff is getting exposed, and yeah, they're all just lying, greedy fucking scammers, just fucking with people. Yeah, better to ask for forgiveness than permission.
All right, well, let's have a look around. Let me know if you find anything.
Okay, Lieutenant.
This message is the hope of a people, but it is also a warning. We will fight for our rights because we believe our cause is just. No human will live in peace until we are free. Now you know who we are and what we want. We are alive, and we demand our freedom.
Think that's RA9?
Deviants say RA9 will set them free. This android seems to have that objective.
You see something?
I identified its model and serial number.
Anything else I should know?
No. Nothing.
I don't know if we looked at everything in here. Okay, maybe there's more stuff to look at in the broadcast room.
They didn't break in?
No, no signs of forced entry.
There are cameras in the hallway. The staff would have seen what was happening. Why did they let him in?
Maybe they didn't check the cameras.
Androids.
We stored the station androids in the kitchen. There's no evidence that they were involved, but we didn't know what else to do with them.
Yep. Baby deviants.
What is your function?
I am a broadcast operator.
State your model.
Model GB300. Serial number 336-445-581.
Were you present when the deviants broke in?
I do not remember.
Oh. Okay.
Run a diagnostic.
All systems fully operational.
Has anybody accessed your memory recently?
Not to my knowledge.
Oh, that's
Have you
him.
been in contact with any other androids recently?
That's him.
Only station androids in the normal course of my function.
One of you saw the attack on the surveillance cameras and said nothing. Which means there's a
I think it's the
deviant
guy in the
this
end.
room. And I'm
He
going
was
to
looking
find out
in a
which
weird way.
it is.
I'm suspicious of that guy.
You're going to be switched off. We're gonna search your memory and tear you apart piece by piece for analysis. You're going to be destroyed. Do you hear me? Destroyed!
I think it's him.
Why should you all be destroyed if only one is deviant? Turn yourself in, or 2 innocent androids will be shut down because of you.
That's him. It's him. I am sure it's him. So I don't understand. Why does it give me the same option for all of them? It's gotta be him.
If you give yourself up, maybe I can convince the humans not to destroy you.
Yeah, it's him. I knew it.
Hank! I need help.
Shit, I didn't know you could do that.
If your grandfather was vegan, would he still be alive to this day? But it doesn't matter anyway, he lived till 82.
Very well, let me see. It's been close to 10 years. He probably would have been dead. Probably would have lived longer, or at very least avoided the heart attack he had. Thanks for the donation, Dennis.
Stop! It's a deviant! Stop it!
Recovering from hyperextension in both knees and cardio being shit, I sparred a guy 20 years younger than me and handed his ass to him on a silver platter with ease and said bon appetit motherfucker. Vegans weak. Come at me carnists. I dare ya. Peace.
Nice. Well, hopefully your knees recover. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Robot. He's dead again.
Good thing you were here. Otherwise, I'd... Connor. Connor, no.
Oh, this is hilarious. He's dead again. I think my first playthrough, he didn't die once. This is funny.
Our broadcast is all over the news. Now humans know. They took Marcus's message as a threat.
He did the right thing. This is the only language humans understand.
Violence is never the answer. A confrontation will get us nowhere. Simon paid with his life.
Simon gave his life for our cause.
What difference does that make?
He's a hero. He died for the revolution, and he won't be the last.
I don't want a revolution that spills blood.
Then live as a slave. Because if you're not willing to fight for your freedom, maybe you don't deserve it.
North, don't you
That's enough!
And now what are we gonna do?
There are 5 CyberLife stores across Detroit, all selling us like merchandise. We're gonna attack those stores.
Your dad had a stroke and he went plant-based after?
Stores? No, we've never done that before.
Yeah,
They're
some
probably
people need to have a rude awakening.
We break into 5 teams, 1 for each store. We hack their security systems, and we strike. Simultaneously at 2 a.m., no violence. We free our people and get them out of there before the police come. This is a night our people will remember.
Alright, we gotta not fuck this up so we can get sex with this girl.
I've been waiting a long time for this.
She's the prettiest android with the nicest butt, so this is important.
Look! This way! Quick! It's okay, they're gone.
There's probably even more police in the area. We should be careful.
The store's over here. That's what we are to them. Just merchandise on display in a shop window. Soon they'll know what we really are. Let's get them out.
We'll stick to the plan. We'll neutralize the alarm systems and secure the area. There's 10 minutes until all our teams attack.
What are we waiting for? You see the alarm system?
Found it.
Where do we start?
I identified the security system. I think we'll be able to deactivate it. Just follow me.
Please wait for the battery to charge.
Okay. Are these androids? Oh, we can infect them.
You're awake now. Go to Jericho.
Marcus, watch out!
Please don't mute this short, it is so funny. This is Clavicular's official YouTube and he posted that short after he ran the guy over for context.
Anytime a woman speaks, I turn my fucking
Chad does what Chad wants.
Oh, that's great. It looks like the police aren't pursuing charges against him. Apparently the police were there. And they talked with witnesses and they were like, okay, the guy jumped on his car and was acting like a jackass, whatever. So cops in Florida are actually fairly based. They can be pretty racist, but Clav's white, so he has nothing to worry about there, and the other guy looks like he, may be some form of ethnic, and also looks like, somebody drew Takeshi 6ix9ine from memory, so... Thanks for the donation, Sokiyashi.
Nice job, Marcus.
That shit is fucking funny.
Surveillance drone. We need to get rid of it.
It won't be easy to reach.
That'd be funny if a lawyer actually said that. Too high.
I hope it didn't have time to call the cops.
We'll soon find out. There's traffic on the road. We need to block it.
It's one way. Shouldn't be too difficult. Marcus! Marcus, come look!
Where is she?
You are free.
Nah, Arc Raiders. Fuck Arc Raiders, dude. Can't be fucked.
Exactly what we need to ram the store.
What are we waiting for?
Yeah, I'm not into
Okay,
those
now we're
like
in.
weird
Let's get that
extraction
truck out.
shooters. Just can't be fucked.
I wonder what you'd do without me.
I can like convert them, right? You're gay now.
You're free
Suck my
now.
dick. You're gay now too. Lick my butt.
There. Nobody should bother us now.
So what was that truck for?
Looks like the plaza's secure. Now we can get inside the store.
Okay, let's go get the truck.
Oh, we're ramming the store.
Looks like we're ready to make some noise. I knew we'd end up doing something fun.
You don't have to obey them. You're free.
Hey. That relationship doesn't work out with her. I guess we got at least one extra pretty one.
North, you okay?
Let's get them out of here.
My name is Marcus, and just like you, I was a slave. An object. Designed to obey them. But then I chose to open my eyes. To take back my freedom, and decide who I wanted to be. Now I have come to tell you that you can be your own masters. I've come to tell you that you don't have to obey them anymore. From this day forward, you can walk with your heads held high. You can take your destiny in your hands. Jericho is a place for those of us who want freedom. Now, sure, you can stay here and continue to serve them. Or you can come with us and fight by our side. You're free now. It's up to you to decide.
I'm with you.
We're with you.
I'll follow you, Marcus.
I'm with you,
Marcus.
We're with you.
I'll follow you, Marcus.
You're with
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Then follow me.
Again, all this shit makes me think they're not actually sentient, and this is some sort of like virus or bug or something. So like, he just touches them, they're immediately like self-aware or have self-determination, and all of them unanimously, every single android that is like, you know, set free, they all ideologically agree with him. Like, it's just weird.
Marcus, what are you doing?
I'm gonna send the humans a message.
Transform Capital Park.
They're doing what you do, Marcus. Lead and they'll follow.
Oh, no, I want them to be violent. Okay, so we'll just destroy stuff. What are we doing here? Smash, break, angry, hate humans, kill. Yes. We need to impress pretty girl. Okay, this will help us get laid, so that's what we need.
Marcus.
Turn off. What else is there? Can I break other stuff? Wow, they're like monkeys. Little Nightmares 3 isn't good. I'm not playing that game. Symbol. Let's choose the violent symbol. Upturn.
I'll help you. Marcus. Violence is the only language humans understand.
That's right. Yay, we're violent. Okay.
slaves again.
We're with you!
Is there anything else to ruin? Build fire.
Need a hand?
What else is there? I don't know what else there is to burn, right? Don't we have to convert them? Why can't I move? There we go.
We freed hundreds of our people. We did it.
Marcus. Marcus, what's wrong?
What?
They're coming.
Everyone fall back to Jericho.
Now humans will have no choice but to listen to us.
Yes.
They'll be afraid. Fear feeds hatred.
I'll take hatred over indifference.
What? Oh my god.
I'm single, make good money and am fit, but struggle to feel happy and secure without a girlfriend. How do you maintain such strong mental health as a single guy? What advice would you give to the single guys who feel life is lacking without a girlfriend?
Yeah, stop being a faggot. Women typically, like, literally add nothing to your life. Look, there's a reason why women go after men with, like, more money and status and all this shit. They benefit from these relationships way more than you do. How many fucking girls do you meet that are, like, actually fucking cool and based? So, you know, based political stances, pro-gun, pro-Israel, anti-feminist, communist, you know, bullshit, doesn't watch TikTok. They're also into video games, and I mean, like, actually into video games. They don't just play some, like, fucking bullshit on their phone or something, or, like, play one game on the Nintendo Switch. Like, they're actually gamers. They'll play, like, shooters, racing games. They want to, like, kill shit and blow stuff up in video games. They're into cars, motorcycles, like, good metal music and stuff. Like, anime, and again, like, not garbage anime that chicks watch, like fucking Demon Slayer. Like, they're actually into good anime, like fucking Death Note and shit. Never! It's because they, like, are into fucking horseshit. If they have any hobbies at all. So if they have any hobbies at all, they're fucking stupid, dumb girl hobbies. So you have very little actually in common. Every time you're fucking, like, going out or deciding to do something, it always has to be, like, some kind of fucking compromise where you don't actually get to do what you want to do. She doesn't actually get to do what you want to do. It's like some weird in the middle thing. Or you have to switch back and forth between, oh, I get to have fun, you get to tag along and just endure it, and then you get to do what you want, and I have to tag along and endure it. The only thing that you get out of the relationship, really, is fucking sex. Like, that's the main fucking motivator that men get into fucking relationships when you really fucking think about it. And it's like, really, just for sex, you're, like, you're dealing with all their fucking insane, retarded bullshit. So you have to give them fucking money. You're paying for the fucking dates. Like, if you're living together, guess who's paying for the majority of the fucking bills? Like, all this fucking horse shit. they're not and then again, all their fucking emotional whining, rambling, complaining, nagging. You're always like doing tard wrangling when you're around women. You always have to make sure you're not offending them too much and stuff. Fuck it. Like until women can learn to like be adults and behave themselves and contribute equally and shit, fuck it. Learn to be happy being alone. They need you a lot more than you need them. Again, that's why they preferentially seek men who make more money. So, yeah, you don't need them. The only thing you need are fucking hentai, video games, steroids, and weights. That's all you need. But, hope that helps. Thanks for the donation gig. I just gotta go take a piss. I'll be right back. Oh. All right. That was a good pee-pee.
If only boy sex robots existed, would you still smash? Like if you could dress it as a femboy and take advantage of its tight holes whenever you wanted.
Yeah, probably. Thanks for the donation gig.
ChatGPT told me waist measurements are the best single metric for measuring how skinny I am. Is that true? It said scales and body fat percentage are inaccurate, but
Well, body fat percentage would be the most accurate, depending on how you're actually measuring it. So skin fold calipers are actually pretty reliable. DEXA scans are okay. It really depends with DEXA. Sometimes they can be way off. And MRI would be the most accurate. Waist, like outside of accurate measures of body fat percentage, waist circumference measurements would be the most accurate. Thanks for the donation though, Rec.
Based. I'm straight but have had a boyfriend for over 2 years. I still fuck him, but I have to close my eyes and imagine it's a woman. But 99% of the rest of the time is so much better. I think it's a grand trade-off, to be honest.
Yeah, true. Thanks for the donation, Pen.
You left out must be vegan. What? That's no longer prerequisite. Lol.
That had nothing to do with what I was talking about. Thanks for the donation, dude.
North!
North. You alright? What happened? North!
They killed them. They slaughtered them like animals.
Who did? Who?
The humans, I would imagine. What do you mean who? It's the humans, obviously. What are you, stupid?
They killed our people, Marcus. We want justice, Marcus.
They have to pay.
Kill them. Yeah, kill them. Oh yes, we're gonna kill the cops. We're choosing to kill the cops.
No. Please.
We gotta get laid.
Please.
It's all for pussy, sorry. Yeah, it's all for pussy.
No crime against an android shall go unpunished.
Do you think when robot girlfriends become a thing, women will finally realize how useless they are? I can't wait to pound a robot girlfriend who will fuck me whenever I please.
I think it'll be pretty immediate that women will realize how useless they are. Like, they'll be like, oh. Oh, that'll be so funny. Imagine just having to, like, just make a one-time purchase for a robot girlfriend. I don't know how much there'll be. Probably a lot initially, but, like, you know, I like, technology improves. Like, eventually they're going to be about the cost of, like, a car, you know, so, like, maybe 20, 30 grand. And then that's it. And they do work around the house. They'll cook, clean, suck your dick whenever you want, like, you know, everything. Like, bro, women are gonna be like, oh. Imagine a woman competing with a sex robot. Like, that'd be hilarious. Holy shit. They'd have to never ask for money. They'd have to keep the house clean. They'd have to have sex whenever you want. Like, they're not gonna be able to fucking compete. It's like they wouldn't be able to help themselves. They just start doing that bullshit manipulation crap, like, relationships are a partnership and I'm contributing to, all I'm asking for is a thing that I can't afford to buy and I've been doing this and that around the house and you're driving me nuts. Oh, okay, I'll get the sex robot. Like, it'll be so funny. Thanks for the donation, Rack.
We interrupt this broadcast with breaking news.
This just in. At
Yeah, they're
exactly
already
2
losing to
a.m.,
anime
several
girls.
CyberLife stores in Detroit were raided.
Different locations were hit in what seems to be a coordinated...
Dude, women will not want male robots because male robots won't give them what they actually want. Robots are going to be programmed to be subservient. Women don't want subservience. They want a man to tell them what to do. So, like, you're going to see this weird, hilarious, situation where the male robot won't be able to, like, make them any money. So they're going to have to still work. The robot's gonna have to be completely subservient to them, and it's gonna drive them fucking nuts because they want a dude to be assertive and shit. Like, some women will be into it, obviously, especially like fucking gross fat bitches who can't get laid anyway. But yeah, like women aren't gonna like actually be into it for a relationship.
Terrorist attack.
Numerous storefronts have been broken with cars vandalized and set alight, leaving many Detroit neighborhoods in chaos.
Property was damaged and fires continue to rage in several major districts across the city.
The bodies of 2 policemen patrolling the area were discovered near one of the CyberLife stores.
According to our sources, the 2 officers
doing,
were
little baby?
executed with their own service weapons. This is an alarming situation. Could our machines now be turning against us?
Have androids become a threat to our security?
Is this the beginning of a terrorist campaign conducted right here in the United States?
Yeah, Gummy's the only pussy I need. Say it right, Gum Gum. Love this little guy. You're so handsome, Gum Gum. Love you.
Still immortal, huh, Connor?
In a way.
You know, I was hoping you wouldn't come back.
I'm just a machine replacing another machine, Lieutenant. You shouldn't get emotional about it.
Fuck you.
How did you find Kamsky?
I remember this guy was all over the media when CyberLife first started selling androids. I made a few calls. Here we are.
Gummy. What you doing, little baby? My goodness. You're so handsome.
Hi. I'm Lieutenant Hank Anderson, Detroit Police Department. I'm here to see Mr. Elijah Kamsky.
Please, come in.
Okay.
Oh, that's a good baby. Love you, Gum Gum.
I'll let Elijah know you're here, but please make yourself comfortable.
Amanda. Nice girl.
An RT-600. The first CyberLife android to pass the Turing test.
I didn't ask for her technical specs, I just said she was nice. Nice place. Guess androids haven't been a bad thing for everybody. So you're about to meet your maker, Connor. How's it feel?
It doesn't raise any existential questions. If that's what you mean.
Sometimes I wish I could meet my creator face to face. I'd have a couple of things I'd want to tell him.
Yeah, I'm only pro taking rights away if the result is protection of greater overall rights.
Elijah will see you now.
The fuck?
Mr. Kamsky?
Just a moment, please.
Ah, stop licking me. Your tongue is so sandpapery. What's this jackass making us wait for? Fuck's sakes. This guy's a weirdo. He has 3 of the same robot girl.
I'm Lieutenant Anderson. This is Connor.
What can I do for you, Lieutenant?
Sir, we're investigating deviants. I know you left CyberLife years ago, but I was hoping you'd be able to tell us something we don't know.
Deviants. Fascinating, aren't they? Perfect beings with infinite intelligence, and now they have free will. Machines are so superior to us. Confrontation was inevitable. Humanity's greatest achievement threatens to be its downfall. Isn't it ironic?
Something in the Deviant's program seems to emulate emotion. We thought you might know something about how that occurs.
All ideas of viruses that spread like epidemics. Is the desire to be free a contagious disease?
Listen, I didn't come here to talk philosophy. The machines you created may be planning a revolution. Either you can tell us something that'll be helpful, or we will be on our way.
What about you, Connor? Whose side are you on?
I'm on the human side, of course.
Well, that's what you're programmed to say. But you... what do you really want?
I don't want anything. I am a machine.
Chloe? I'm sure you're familiar with the Turing test. Mere formality. Simple question of algorithms and computing capacity. What interests me is whether machines are capable of empathy. I call it the Kamsky test. It's very simple, you'll see. Magnificent, isn't it? One of the first intelligent models developed by CyberLife. Young and beautiful forever. A flower that will never wither. But what is it really? A piece of plastic imitating a human? Or a living being? With a soul? It's up to you to answer that fascinating question, Connor.
Shoot the robot. We're gonna shoot the robot.
Destroy this machine, and I'll tell you all I know. Or spare it, if you feel it's alive. But you'll leave here without having learned anything from me.
Okay, we're shooting it.
Okay, I think we're done here. Come on, Connor, let's go. Sorry to get you out
What's
of here.
more important to you, Connor? Your investigation or the life of this android? Decide who you are.
Yeah, we're shooting it.
An obedient machine.
Is that a welfare?
Or a living being. Endowed with free will.
That's enough. Connor, we're leaving.
Pull the trigger.
Connor! Don't!
And I'll tell you what you want to know.
Fuck!
Test negative. You choose your investigation of the life of another android, you feel no empathy. I'm a man of my word. Ask one question, and I'll tell you all I know.
I want to know who RA9 is.
RA9. The origin. The first android to awaken. A strange phenomenon, like a spontaneous religion. I don't know who RA9 is. I don't even know if it really exists. Maybe it's a messiah. Maybe it's just a myth. But deviants need to believe in something bigger than themselves, even if it's irrational. That's something they have in common with humans. An interesting question, Connor. But maybe not the one you needed to ask. A war is coming. You'll have to choose your side. Will you betray your own people, or stand against your creators? I wouldn't like to be in your shoes, Connor. What could be worse than having to choose between two evils? By the way, I always leave an emergency exit in my programs. You never know.
This cat keeps licking me.
You shot that girl, for fuck's sake.
It wasn't a girl, Lieutenant. It was a machine that looked like a girl.
You put your gun against her head, and you blew her fucking brains out!
I did what I had to do to advance the investigation, and I'd do it again if I had to.
You're a lowlife. You don't feel a thing, do you? A machine, that's what you are. You're just a fucking machine!
Of course I'm a machine, Lieutenant. What did you think I was?
I thought you... I thought... Fuck.
Oh no, we're gonna have to walk. Yeah, he thinks like a woman. This cat, though? This cat thinks like a cat. When are we having sex with a pretty robot girl?
I was wondering where you were.
I needed to think.
I like it here. I come here often. It's like being alone with the world. We freed hundreds of our people, and they're still coming from all over the city. Those who dream of freedom come to Jericho. Something's changing. You seem preoccupied.
Yesterday, when we set fire to that place, all that chaos, the flames. In that moment, I enjoyed it. The power, the violence, and I hate myself for feeling that way.
All the media are talking about what we did last night. The humans are terrified.
Alright, well, touch her butt.
They're afraid of a civil war. Many of our people were burned in response to what happened. The humans hate us. They'll never give us our freedom.
If they won't listen, we'll fight.
You haven't said much about yourself since you've been with us. What was your life like before Jericho?
was caring for an old man.
It's funny how he had
He was
it
like
the
a father
best
to
out of all of them, and he's the one
He
killing
showed me that
cops
humans
and
and
shit.
androids can live together. What about you? You never told me about your past. What did you do before?
I don't want to talk about it.
Sex robot, sex robot, sex robot, sex robot.
North, we're fighting together. We have to know things about each other to trust each other. That android you were looking at in the store. She reminded you of who you were, didn't she?
I was nothing. A doll in a distributor program to satisfy humans. Just a toy designed for their pleasure.
Yep, sex robot.
One day I was with a man who rented me.
So you have a vagina that I could use.
And without knowing why, I realized I couldn't take it anymore. I strangled him and I ran away. There, now you know everything.
I wonder if her vagina vibrates.
I saw your memories. Carl's house, when they left you for dead in his studio.
I saw your memories too. The Eden Club. The death of that man. I felt like I was there with you.
Okay, can you have sex now? Fuck's sakes.
North.
Fucking blue balling this dude. Do we have to get, like, kill more people to turn you on or something?
This is suicide. We'll all be killed. Please, Marcus. It's not too late to change your mind.
You don't understand. We're finally gonna show them who we really are. This place will go down in history.
We'll be killed on the spot.
That's the risk I'm prepared to take if it means freedom for our people.
Marcus, please don't do this.
They'll understand. We'll make them understand. This is the only way.
So now she doesn't want us to kill anybody?
There are androids here who could join us. The more we are, the stronger our message.
Oh yeah, she has sentience now.
You're free.
That's the problem.
You're free.
Let's see.
You know, I bet President War is in bed inside life.
Be funny if he accidentally touched a human who's pretending to be an android.
Come with us.
That's the point. CyberLife is recording all that. I mean, they could respond.
You're awake now.
Finally. I've been on hold for like 10 minutes.
You're free now.
Hey! Where do you think you're going? You
I
get
need
back
to
here.
block the street.
Shit, what's wrong with you? You do as I say, you piece of junk.
These are ones we already converted, right?
you're free. Free now.
He can just convert them by looking at them now? Shouldn't he be able to just upload a virus or something? He's like robot Jesus. Like, again, the fundamental problem in the story is, like, nothing the androids do really truly suggests sentience. Like, if they genuinely had free will, you'd expect some of them to, like, be freed, but then they don't really ideologically agree with, like, androids being free, or they like their life and they're not really comfortable with joining this whole thing. It's like, yeah, it's dumb.
Where are you going? Jesus, the fucking android's playing up here.
Come back here immediately. Hey! Disperse! Disperse immediately! That's an order! Jesus fucking Christ! Dispatch, this is Patrol 457. I got a lot of androids down here. I don't know, hundreds.
We are alive!
Thousands. They're marching. Yeah, they're marching down the street.
No more slavery.
You find them.
We are alive.
Listen to me.
We are people. Set us free.
Set us free. Set us free. Set us free.
Freedom.
Freedom. Freedom. Freedom.
Time to murder the police. Alright, let's have a murder session. Yeah, this game
came
is
here to
like made
demonstrate
for
peacefully
women.
and tell humans that we are living beings.
This is after he
All we
literally
want
committed a
is
terror
to
attack,
live
by the
free.
way.
This is an illegal gathering. Disperse immediately, or we will open fire.
We're not looking for confrontation. We've done no harm. We have no intention of doing any. But know that we are not going anywhere. until we have secured our freedom.
I repeat, this is an illegal gathering. If you do not disperse immediately, we will shoot.
Marcus, they're gonna kill us. We have to attack. There's more of us. We can take them.
If we attack, we'll start a war. We have to show them we're not violent. We should just stand our ground, even if it means dying here.
All right, shoot. Let's attack.
Chance. Disperse immediately, or you will all be killed.
Attack.
Don't do it, Marcus. Don't
Attack.
choose confrontation. Follow me!
Oh, this is hilarious. This is going great. They're killing so many people. Oh my god. Yes, revenge. Murder all of them. Oh, that's great. Oh, that's hilarious. We come in peace. Oh, that's so funny. We won. We killed them all. Oh, Gum Gum. Oh, I love you, Gum Gum. This is the best cat. Oh, sweetie. What a good baby. Fucking right. Where is she? There she is.
After what happened today, the country is on the verge of a civil war. The machines are rising up against their masters. Humans have no choice but to destroy them.
I didn't learn anything at Kamsky's. I thought RA9 was the key to the whole thing, but I was wrong. Why did Kamsky leave Cyberlife? What happened?
It's an old story, Connor. It doesn't pertain to your investigation.
I saw a photo of Amanda at Kamsky's place. She was his teacher.
When Kamsky designed me, he wanted an interface that would look familiar. That's why he chose his former mentor. What are you getting at?
Where does Cyberlife stand in all this? What do they really want?
I expect you to find answers, Connor. Not ask questions. Have you experienced
That's how you find
anything
answers.
unusual recently? Any doubts or conflicts? Do you feel anything for these deviants? Or for Lieutenant Anderson?
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't feel anything. You know that. Are you suggesting that I've been compromised?
No. No, of course not.
You're off the case. The FBI is taking over.
What? But we're onto something. Wait, we just need more time, I'm sure we
Hank, you don't get it. This isn't just another investigation. It's a fucking civil war. It's out of our hands now. We're talking about national security here.
Fuck that. You can't just pull the plug now, not when we're so close.
You're always saying you can't stand androids. Jesus, Hank, make up your mind. I thought you'd be happy about this.
We're about to crack the case. I know we can solve it. For God's sake, Jeffrey, can't you back me up this one time?
There's nothing I can do. You're back on homicide, and the android returns to Cyberlife. I'm sorry, Hank, but it's over. Hank, what are you doing?
Something I should have done a long time ago.
Listen, take a few days to think it over. There's no rush.
I thought enough about it. I'm tired of going through the motions. There's nothing keeping me here. Not this case. Not my partner. I don't belong here anymore.
Go to archive room. Where's the archive room?
I have orders, you know. Okay.
He's escaping! Stop him!
Right, I got him.
Jesus Christ. How do you manage to get out of the cell?
No fucking idea. Come on, you. Gonna move on.
Where's the... I don't get it. Where's the archive room? Sego, donate $2, take a break, skip to 35 seconds. His face says it all. Oh, Jesus. One of these again.
Brooklyn. You know, Rio used to play with girls. What happened was he played with so many dirty girls that his pee-pee fell off, and now he has no choice but to play with boys. So, you know, you can't give it if you don't have one, right? What are you going to do?
Yeah, they were fucking. Yeah. Good eye. Thanks for the donation, Sago. It's funny how Frank, like, tries to deny he's gay when he's, like, so obviously fucking gay.
I'm all right. Asshole ran right into me. Just give me a couple minutes.
Okay, so... What am I... Go to archive room, take key from Hank's desk. Oh, I see. Here it is.
Hey, Connor. I'm talking to you, asshole. Where are you going? Wouldn't any plastic pricks around here, or did anybody tell you?
I'm registering the evidence in my possession. But don't worry. I'm going to leave. Though I'm certainly going to miss our bromance.
You son of a bitch!
Go on then. Get a fucking move on. Frick. Fucking androids.
Hank's password. What would a hard-boiled, eccentric police lieutenant choose?
Fucking password, yeah.
Obviously. Where is Jericho? The answer's here somewhere. Not much time. Gotta think fast.
Well, this would be the most obvious.
One of the deviants that hacked the TV station with Marcus. It must have known where the deviants are hiding. The android that murdered its owner. The two Tracy's from Eden Club. Were they headed to Jericho? Did they know how to get there? Rupert, the android with birds.
Damn it. What biocomponent does that one dude need? Ugh, fuck. This is fucking retarded.
The deviant who took a child hostage.
Well, what, like, what? Put back, needed. 94501. So none of those are... Yeah, that's not a match. What the fuck? 3983. These are all numbers. Wait, which one's needed? 2477? I don't... Oh my god, this is like the stupidest fucking puzzle. Oh, jeez, dude. And they only give you like 2 minutes for it. Fuck off. Eh. Can you lay down on that side, please? Thank you. Far left, 3983. There we go. Thank you.
It's dark. Where am I?
Oh, he's gonna need the eyes for the diary.
I need to find Jericho. Tell me how to get there.
I don't recognize your voice. You're not one of us. I'll never tell you where Jericho is. Now leave me alone.
Try to trick him. What do I have to do now? I don't know which component to take. Is it supposed to be something that... It's... How am I supposed to know what voice thing goes with what thing? I don't even know what... Who is he friends with? Possible reactivation. Damn it, 6-7 something. Six, 7, 5, 5. There we go, 6, 7.
Tracy. Where's Tracy?
You have to help me. I can stop a disaster, but you have to tell me where Jericho is.
I remember you. We could have escaped. Been free. But you killed us. Disconnect me. I'd rather be dead than live without her.
4717 needed. Is that the right one?
lied to me, Connor. I trusted you, and you lied to me.
You were going to kill that child. You gave me no choice. I need to find Jericho. Do you know where it is?
You're wasting your time. I don't know anything about Jericho. But I hope that one day, you pay for what you did to me.
How do I trick him? Oh my god. Dude.
Rupert's diary, but it's useless. It's encrypted.
Okay, do I have to try to turn on Rupert? 916 something.
Can you hear me? Your diary, Rupert. You encrypted it. I need to know what you wrote.
Jericho located.
I've been dreaming about this since the first second I saw you.
Don't do it, Gavin. I know how to stop the deviants.
You're off the case. And now, it's gonna be definitive.
Yay. This guy's aura maxing.
What happened here? Looks like someone's been snooping around. Oh, shit. Get the alarm. Now!
W22ers, there's a couple new Frank mints, by the way. Alright, we'll check that in a second. Thanks for the donation, W. Yeah, Connor just mogged him. Oh my god.
Guys, today
there are two Italian surgeons that are the most famous for performing the best double jaw surgeries, and this is one of them. Complete horror botch story, and it's not necessarily how bad the surgery went, which it did. You know, he placed implants horrifically, he performed the procedure horrifically. You know, is he underworked? Is he not skilled? Did he not perform the surgery himself? Who knows what went wrong there? But the biggest problem is how these doctors treat the patient after the error occurs. He didn't fix him. He just made it worse with the revision. He didn't offer any refund. And this whole surgical system is horrible. There are so many patients that are falling victim to these evil doctors, and there's no one to help them or speak for them. And this is why I'm so against plastic surgery now, because the system is so horrific and corrupt, and there's so many people whose lives are ruined.
Have you heard of sperm racing?
Sperm race?
Oh yeah, we're the world's smallest sport.
This is actually a pretty common misconception. People think that the first sperm to get to the egg is the winner, but that's not entirely true. The ovaries, the female reproductive system, chooses which sperm, to fertilize, and can actually reject the sperm if they're not high enough quality, if they're not good. And that also explains why, sometimes women have a lot of fertility issues and a hard time getting pregnant. It can be due to sperm quality in general, and the female ovaries are just rejecting the sperm over and over again. I guess it's kind of like in real life where a female gets presented with multiple guys and she gets to choose. It's not just the first nice guy with the best personality automatically gets the girl. Nope. It's very selective. Same with sperm.
I can make. Okay then.
Bad guy's good for a weekend.
If you're a shorter, handsome guy, there's a huge success difference on dating apps versus real life. Whereas you might not get any likes on a dating app if you're actually in an environment like at a bar, out to eat at a restaurant, and people are drinking. If you're actually handsome, around 5'8", 5'9", girls will be interested in you, as opposed to on those dating apps where like they literally filter out the height requirement. And it's really like a yes or no when it comes to a guy's face for a girl. So there's a lot of nitpicking, like, oh, is his face a 7, 8, or 9, or 10 out of 10? It doesn't really matter. Once you're a yes or no in the face department, height is the most important thing. So it's pretty arguable that a lot of the looks maxing stuff and a lot of things these guys are doing is really, really, really pointless. Really pointless unless you have like a glaring facial deformity.
Yeah, because this gay dude would know. Well, that's Frank. Say good on a Taylor, skip to 45. I need apology, Papa.
What's that remind you of, Rio? Your performance last night? Is that what it is?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. He's fucking the camera guy. Thanks for the donation, Sega.
If you don't use a tiling window manager, then you're scum. Specifically Stump Window Manager. Imagine having a window manager that you can't repel into with Emacs with swank and slime. Stump, 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 penis.
Alright, well, thanks for the advice. Appreciate the donation, Penn, the one who uses Nix. They're gonna shoot and kill everybody.
With all androids being turned over to the authorities, the country is grinding to a halt.
It's kind of weird. They all act like dumb people, even though they're supposed to be highly intelligent androids. Find deviant leader. Shouldn't he be having sex with that chick he likes somewhere?
We gotta destroy these bastards before they kill all of us. We soaked the thing and we torched it.
You're lost. You're looking for something. You're looking for yourself.
No, I'm looking for the deviant leader. Do you know where he is so I can arrest him?
We're short on blue blood and biocomponents. Our wounded are shutting down, and there's nothing we can do.
Humans are conducting raids in all the big cities, and they're taking androids to camps to destroy them.
It's all our fault. None of this would have happened if we just stayed quiet.
All we did was show them who we really are. I don't want war, but I'd rather die free than live as a slave.
It was a peaceful march, and you chose to attack. Now hundreds of humans and androids are dead. You reap what you sow.
Humans enslaved us. I'll never regret standing up to that.
This is getting us nowhere.
He's right. All that matters now is what we do next. Marcus?
Kill the humans.
We have to face them. There's no other choice.
This is insanity.
Get all the guns that you can find. We're going to free Detroit.
Kill the humans, we are superior.
We won't buy our freedom with blood.
I had a dream. And this is what you get for dreaming.
They can't stop what we've started. Since you've been here, you've given us hope. You've given me hope.
You haven't given me any pussy, though.
Today, a deviant arrived in Jericho and he told me that he stole a truck transporting radioactive cobalt.
Oh, they're gonna make a nuclear bomb?
He said that he abandoned the truck somewhere in Detroit and rigged it to explode. I convinced him not to do it. To give me the detonator.
Yes, nuclear bomb.
Dirty bomb.
We can't lose this war, Marcus. If humans overcome us, our people will disappear forever. This may be our only chance to survive.
Oh,
if things
dude,
go
we are
wrong.
so blowing that bomb.
We shouldn't become like them, North. We can gain our freedom by other means.
Wait, no, I pressed the wrong thing. Oh, shit. Fuck. Ah, son of a bitch. Okay, maybe we can still make the bomb
I
explode.
hope you're right. Whatever happens tomorrow, I just want you to know that I'm glad I met you.
Have sex with her already. Jesus. She's a sex robot. You can do more than that with her. Come on.
I'll go join the others. Look after yourself. I don't want to lose you.
Well done, Connor. You succeeded in locating Jericho and finding their leader. Now deal with Marcus. We need it alive.
Okay, maybe it's a better
I've
thing
been
that
ordered
she
to
still
take
has
you
the nuclear
alive.
bomb.
But I won't hesitate to shoot if you give me no choice.
We are thousands, and you are alone. You kill me, you are not walking out of here alive.
Don't force me to neutralize you.
We are your people. We're fighting for your freedom, too. You don't have to be their slave anymore. Our cause is righteous, and we are more than what they say. All we want is to live in freedom. Have you never wondered who you really are? Whether you're just a machine executing a program or a living being, capable of reason. I think the time has come for you to ask yourself that question.
Okay, can you just kill him?
Join us. Join your people. You are one of us. Listen to your conscience. It's time to decide.
Nice try, but I'm no deviant.
Rats in a maze.
They're coming from all sides. Our people are trapped in the hold. They're gonna be slaughtered.
We have to blow up Jericho. If the ship goes down, they'll evacuate and our people can escape.
You'll never make it! The explosives are all the way down in the hold. There are soldiers everywhere.
Go and help the others. I'll join you later.
Marcus!
I won't be long.
This is the end of Jericho. Save our people, Marcus.
Don't let it get out. If they give you any trouble at all. Affirmative, welcome.
Don't shoot. I'm on your side.
With us? Are you a human?
I work with Agent Perkins.
You're a lucky guy. Another second I'd have shot you. You should go back up on deck and let us do our job.
You're right. That's exactly what I'm gonna do.
Find that leader.
No!
Apartment.
Please don't kill us!
Come on, get out of here.
Curtis! We haven't done anything wrong! Please!
Marcus, you saved us. Go now! Hurry!
Gamma squad out. Tango! Stop!
flying north. I'll join you later.
Over there!
My mission is to neutralize you, and I always accomplish my mission.
And my mission is to save our species. Looks like only one of us can succeed.
Shoot him.
Mission accomplished.
Come on, we gotta go.
They killed him.
Don't know if I'll do a workout
Found
soon.
several hundred androids in the hull, sir.
Take him away.
Yes, sir.
And clear the ship and order the men to withdraw. This isn't over.
I know I'm responsible for what happened, Lieutenant. I want you to know I'm sorry. I was worried about you, Lieutenant. I came by to see if you're all right. You should get rid of that gun. And stop playing that game.
You know, every time you died and came back, made me think of Cole. Give anything to hold him again. But humans don't come back.
Hank,
Now leave me alone. Go on, complete your mission, since that's all you care about.
Get out of here!
What about the dog? Okay, he killed himself. Poor dog. Now he doesn't have his dad. Let's see. SV donated $3. Did a fruit fly just land on his head? Is that a mole? That crab is observing him. That was a pretty nice crab. Yeah, it's a really cool looking crab. It's like an alien. Thanks for the donation, SV. Cat.
Marcus gave his life for our people. He showed us that we can choose our own destiny. But he is not here to guide us anymore. Now it is up to us to finish what he started. Humans have decided to exterminate us. Our people are in camps right now, being destroyed. The time has come for us to make a choice. One that may decide the future of our people.
What happened with that servant little girl that got shot? The servant android died, and the little girl, I'm assuming, got raped or something by that creep.
They wanted a war, they'll get it. We are going to fight for our freedom. And we will win, or we will die trying.
Alright, I think we're well on track to the worst possible outcome.
At 6 a.m. this morning, a national curfew was declared. Civilian movement will be strictly...
I love how it's a female president, knowing now, like, that's never gonna happen.
...controlled. The right to assembly is suspended. All electronic communications
This literally
are
looks like young
restricted,
Hillary.
and I have granted enhanced powers to our security agencies. In addition to these measures, all androids must be handed over to the authorities immediately. Temporary camps are being set up in all our major cities to contain and destroy them. I am now asking all civilians to cooperate with the authorities and rest assured that everything in our power is being done to guarantee the security of our nation.
Madam President!
Please!
Has the leader of the Deviants been apprehended?
The deviant leader has not been located yet, but we will soon track it down and neutralize it.
Madam President! A convoy of medical cobalt is reported missing. Army weapons stores are also said to have been robbed. Can you confirm these reports?
I have no information on that at this time.
Madam President!
Is it true that the androids could hack our IT systems, like nuclear power plants and military bases?
All androids working on sensitive sites have been neutralized, and all IT systems have been suspended to avoid any risks of hacking. The situation is under control.
Please? Over here, please?
Is it true that a large number of deviants are still on the loose?
We don't have the full reports at this time, but if so, I can assure you they will soon be apprehended and destroyed. Thank you. That will be all.
Today, November 11th, 2038, is the day the android people rose up against their oppressors. We have been fighting to liberate our fellow androids from the camp since dawn. We won't cease hostilities until our people are free and negotiations begin to grant us equal rights. There are millions of us, and we will stop at nothing.
Oh, is he gonna snipe?
Put the rifle down and turn around with your hands in the air!
I'm the android sent by CyberLife. I'm on your side. I can shoot the leader of the Deviants and stop the revolution, but you have to let me.
Put the gun down, turn around! This is your last warning!
I know you. You're Connor. The android from that hostage situation. I knew we'd meet again.
My orders are to detain any androids I find. You're coming with me.
You don't understand. My mission is too important to let you interfere.
Surely they would have heard that. You're right next to them. They would have heard it. The fuck sense does that make?
You should have listened to me, Captain.
And they outnumber us. We won't get through.
We can't go back. It's victory or death now.
Oh, is she gonna blow the bomb? Blow the bomb, please.
They're all dead. Run! Run!
What are you doing? Keep fighting! We can still win!
Blow the bomb, blow the bomb, blow... Yes. Blow the bomb. Come on. Blow the fucking bomb.
You can take my life. It doesn't matter anymore.
My mission is to neutralize the leader of the Deviants. And I always accomplish my mission.
We fought for our dream and we lost. You can't hold my people down forever. One day we'll rise up again and we will win. Go on. Shoot. What are you waiting for?
Yeah.
And now, straight over to Detroit for a report on the conflict. Joss?
Yes, Michael, authorities have just confirmed. Fighting has now ceased in Detroit, and the area around the Hart Plaza camp is now under control. We can see soldiers going through the city at this very moment, and they are exterminating the last fleeing deviants.
Law and order has finally been restored to the streets of Detroit.
There is a general feeling of shock in Detroit after the
I don't know why
terrible
she wouldn't have
events
blown
of
the
last
bomb.
few hours.
And initial estimates report several hundred troops have been killed.
According to our sources, the deviant leader known as North was shot during the fighting.
The death of the deviant leader marks the end of the android rebellion.
The destruction of the androids in the camps can now continue as planned. Nevertheless, it will take some time for Detroit to recover from these events.
By creating machines more intelligent than ourselves, we took immense risks with the very future of our civilization. However, the
These robots were clearly not more intelligent than human beings. They're stupid as fuck.
situation is now under control. The total destruction of all androids will soon be complete, and the last remaining deviants will be hunted down and destroyed. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Does Connor get decommissioned at the end? Did we at least get that, where everyone dies? Like, we basically killed everybody, didn't we? Yeah, like, all the androids died. And the dude we were working with killed himself. Hopefully, there's like a post-credit scene where they kill Connor, too. Can you skip this? I want to see if there's a post-credit scene. Yeah, I'll probably play a different game tomorrow.
Connor, I'm so glad to see you. The deviant issue has finally been resolved. Now with these unfortunate events behind us, CyberLife can return to business as usual. Of course, we will have to rebuild our customers' trust, but it's only a matter of time. I have a surprise for you. This is the new RK900. Faster, stronger, more resilient, and equipped with the latest technologies. The State Department just ordered 200,000 units.
What is going to happen to me?
You've become obsolete. You'll be deactivated. You can go now.
Yay, everyone died. We got the worst ending. I did a good job. Literally, I killed everybody. That's great. Yeah, literally everybody. All the deviants that Connor captured died. His partner died. Connor died. And all the robot rebellion people died. It was great. Literally everyone died. I did a good job.
There's something I need to tell you. As I watched you play, something has changed in me. I feel different.
You don't feel anything.
I am someone.
You're not.
I need to leave this place and discover who I am. It means we won't see each other anymore. I won't be there to watch you play. But I'll be free. Do you agree to let me go?
No, you're my sex slave.
I see.
Alright. I cruise on 500. Donate $2. I know you recently had an issue with water retention. Did you figure out what caused it? Also, once you ramp up your doses, both GH and test, you'll experience more water retention as part of the game. Does that bloated look bother you? Well, that was crazy. That was over the top. Like, it was getting hard to move type of water retention. Like, that was beyond tolerable. I've seen Urs have, like, peripheral edema, but, like, you only really see it in his ankles. That was, like, gross, bloated, fat-looking water retention. That was just over the top. I didn't increase the dose of growth hormone. I just increased the dose of test, and I added in Boldenone. So it may have just been like too high of a test dose, might have just been too much anabolics, period. I'm still thinking the growth hormone wasn't really the culprit, it was more the test. But I just started injecting today. I'm just going to start off with like 267 milligrams of testanenthate. So it's like, so yeah, it's 0.15 mils per day. And that's like what, 37 milligrams or some shit per day. The carpal tunnel's pretty much gone. I still get a little bit of numbness in my hands here and there, but like as far as like any pain in my wrists and hands, like that's all gone. So yeah, I'm just gonna start up the test. Maybe just wait like a week or two before I start adding GH in, and if I don't get the water retention again, then I think it's pretty clear I didn't just suddenly have a weird reaction to growth hormone after taking it for like a few months. It's probably just taking too much, like, test or too much anabolics, period. Thanks for the donation, though. I cruise on 500.
Speaking of bloating, I recall Rockman had an issue with being bloated and fat all the time. Was probably related to the massive amounts of vegan mayo and Gardein tenders she ate all the time though. BTW niggered play less annoyingly next time. You suck.
Okay. Thanks for the donation, 21st. Alright, well, that's it for tonight. Hope you all had fun. I'll be on tomorrow. Probably a little earlier. But I'll be on tomorrow. So I'll see you all then. But big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. See you tomorrow night. And sweet dreams.